Forget will do it live. Forget will do it live. Let's run an experiment and see if it's as easy to get copyright claim for a song that I play literally off of my fucking phone. I want my fans to think I'm awesome. I want this world to think I care. I don't care at all. For you, I wear this mask alone. I tear it off. 'Cause I don't need it. Yeah, I don't need it at all. I'm a wannabe angel. I'm a wannabe angel. Just like put it somewhere far away for a second. I want my fans to think I'm so punk rock and roll. And all you hipsters say I'm gay, but I'm not gay at all. For you, I wear this mask alone. I tear it off, 'cause I don't need it. Oh, I don't need it at all. I'm a wannabe angel. Obviously, I am gay at all. I'm a wannabe angel. Doomed to be doomed. Doomed, yes I am. Yes I am. How's the new vlog coming along? Maybe we'll edit it on tonight's stream. I'm probably gonna go late. Like, real late. You'll probably end up in heaven, and I'll be burning in hell. You'll probably end up in heaven, and I'll be burning in hell. I'm a wannabe angel. I'm a wannabe angel. Doomed to be damned. Doomed, yes I am. Yes I am. I'm a wannabe angel. I'm a wannabe angel. Okay. This is fucking awesome. Check this shit out. Y'all hear me all right? Everything good on the audio front? This woman, 26-year-old Erin White, has been arrested. You can tell she's happy. You can see the slight, like she's trying to look hard, but you can tell she's happy with herself. And I would be too. Fuck Elon Musk. Trans rights are human rights. I love how they tried to like block out, like they took the picture from a camera angle where they could artistically censor the word fuck, but still get the message across. Good looking out, Chicago Sun-Times. This was the best article I found on the front page of Google about this. Authorities say the suspect defaced a Tesla dealership and service center with graffiti targeting President Donald Trump and Tesla CEO Elon Musk. Buffalo Grove woman charged in vandalism of Tesla dealership. I guess this is actually by the Daily Herald and just collected by the Sun-Times. I don't really know how the news works. A 26-year-old Buffalo Grove woman was arrested on suspicion of vandalizing a newly built Tesla sales service and delivery center with graffiti Friday. Erin L. White is charged with felony criminal damage to property and misdemeanor criminal trespass. She is scheduled to appear in court Wednesday in Rolling Meadows. The graffiti on the building in the 900 block of Dundee Road included several profanity-filled messages on the showroom windows. The messages were aimed at President Donald Trump and Tesla CEO Elon Musk, a senior advisor to the president and leader of the Department of Government Efficiency. One message supported transgender rights. Hey, they even pointed that out. I like this article. This is a good article about this because you could tell that they wanted the message to get out there. Like, this article is like, yeah, this is what she said, by the way. What she said, by the way, because there are other articles about this that take a very different approach to how they describe the events of this. This one says new Tesla. This is patch.com. I don't know what, I've never heard of this. I know the Chicago Sun-Times because that's what Roger Ebert wrote for. Profanity such as all humans are equal regardless of gender. Watch your profanity. New Tesla dealership vandalized. Buffalo Grove woman charged, says police. The 26-year-old resident was charged with a felony following the incident last Friday at the Dundee Road business. Erin White is due back in court on Wednesday. Protect this woman. This woman is going to be harangued in the public sphere. I want to put this out for Erin White. If you end up seeing this, I would love to have you on this live stream show to hear about why you did this specifically. All of your thoughts about the American situation. I can tell you have some thoughts about it, and I'd like to hear them. And I hope that so many people copy you that you are lost in the miasma of how bad it gets for Elon Musk in terms of public outcry and defacement and property damage and, good things, all good things that should be encouraged in the United States of America, where free speech is a God-given right. You fuck with my free speech, you're fucking with God. I'm sorry. That's how it works in America. Buffalo Grove, Illinois. Following a report of vandalism last week at the new Tesla dealership, a Buffalo Grove woman has been arrested. Erin L. White, 26, is accused of felony criminal damage to property and criminal trespass misdemeanor following the Friday incident. White is due back in court Wednesday for a detention hearing. Police responded to the Tesla sales, service, and delivery center at 4:07 p.m. Friday in the 900 block of Dundee Road. I think I've been to this place, Buffalo Grove. It's actually a suburb, a pretty nice suburb, if I am not mistaken. A decent suburb of Chicago. I've been to most of this area doing my bank renovation job at Bank of America. So at some point... Or maybe, were we doing the renos? Or no, we were doing window measurements. We were doing window measurements for, what was the other bank? Not USA Bank, Chase Bank. We were measuring windows for Chase Bank all throughout this area. Literally measuring their windows and collecting the data on the dimensions of the windows so that they could print the stickers that would then be put onto those windows, the vinyl. So we were out going bank to bank all over towns, like literally just driving all over this area, going to every bank, measuring their windows and moving on for like 2 weeks. So that's why I know. That's why I'm pretty sure I've been to Buffalo Grove. The name sounds familiar. And by the way, like outer Chicago, I'm sure it's really expensive to live here, but god damn is it nice. Lots of nice suburbs, amazing food everywhere. The food is kind of expensive, but they give you like ridiculous proportions, and they have food from every single country in the world. Like the most diverse food selection I've seen, in the United States. I haven't spent much time in New York, and LA isn't dense enough to get the same qualification. So I'm going to say highest density of worldly food. Hey, look, there's a heart where I live, way down here on the Point of Virginia. This is like, God, 16 hours or some shit to get from here to there. But we were living here in Southern Kentucky at the time. So we were driving a still pretty long, like 10-hour drive up to this work area, spending like a week there and then coming back down to our home base in Kentucky. This is how things are run in America. How did the economics of that bank job work anyway? Was the boss just making giant stacks of cash? Not exactly, but he was making pretty good money. He owns property like out in North Dakota, while being based in Chicago, and works literally everywhere. He also works out of Portland because his wife owns a house there, and they were at one point trying to get us to move into his wife's, like, one of the rooms in their house, and they're like, we'll only charge you like $200 a month or something, and you'll be able to work all this work up here. And I was like, I hate this house, I hate your wife, and I don't want to do this fucking job anymore, so let's not do that, but yeah, so we ended up moving back to Virginia. Oh, right. Why did I close out all those articles? I had more to say about that, about her, right? I think probably. I mean, this is obvious. No, there's not much more to say. I feel like I made my point. Ye says, I am in pain that no one person can fix. The Betrayal, Virgil, John Legend, Kim, Trav, Cardi, Big Sean, Jay-Z, Ty, Tyler, Dirk, Common, Cuddy, Pusha. Not Pusha. Don C, Amber, the Kardashians, Adidas, the brand. My own kids, my own family, the black community, and of course the Jews. I'm in pain. I bled for everyone here. I know I have more to say about this, but I feel like I want to wait until I know that Riley is in the chat, because I feel like I really want to do that segment for him. And also I've got a whole, whenever Riley or Mint shows up in chat, we're going to react to this Eric July video. If you don't know about that drama, I'll explain it in the course of reacting to the video, I'm sure. But I've already been commissioned to do it. So whenever they're around, that's going to happen. I'm sure they'll show up at some point tonight. What is up with the woman in the thumbnail? Oh, we went over this already, but I will go back over it real quick. This woman, she defaced this Tesla dealership with trans rights or human rights and fuck Elon Musk. And now she's got felony criminal charges of damage to property and misdemeanor criminal trespass, which sounds pretty heavy to me. That doesn't seem like a felony to exercise your right to free speech on the windows of an evil corporation that's ruining America. I don't know. There's nothing more American than standing up for your rights against an evil oligarch through speech, specifically through speech, nonviolent speech. I don't know how you can even prosecute that in America. That seems ridiculous to me. The windows are literally worth more with this message on them. I'd rather shop at this Tesla dealership. Like, I would rather, I would stand and testify in court that the value of this dealership has risen. Like, I would rather shop. There's no chance I'd buy a Tesla anywhere that didn't have this written on the windows. You know what I mean? Also, Weeb says Vivian would approve of this. That's another person. Let me reach out. Vivlinus, I don't use Instagram, so it's hard for me to keep up with you. But if you ever want to jump onto YouTube, you are absolutely always invited onto this platform. I really want to talk to you. Not even about your dad. It doesn't have, I mean, unless you want to. We can always rant about your dad, but everybody does it all the time. I'm sure you're sick of that. If you want to talk about Evangelion, I've written some of the most appreciated Evangelion analysis on the platform. I think that's fair to say, right? I've written some of the most appreciated Evangelion analysis on YouTube. Chat, confirm, please. I don't want to sound pretentious. I know she. Hold on. Actually, I could probably go. I can open Instagram on here, right? I want to show you her Evangelion clip. Yeah, look at this. Wait, hold on. How do I make sound be happening? Why is there not sound be happening? I got the wrong speakers. No? Not the wrong speakers? I got turned down? Why I no hear nothing? Oh, it's mute. It be the mute.
Processed? If it's processed, I don't want it. Ma'am, that is an 11-pound whole slab of deli ham. It has no bones, fat, or connective tissue. It is an amalgamation of the meat of several pigs, emulsified, liquefied, strained, and ultimately inexorably joined in an unholy meat obelisk. God had no hand in the creation of this abhorrence. The fact that this ham monolith exists is proof that God is either impotent to alter his universe or ignorant to the horrors taking place in his kingdom. This prism of pork is more than deli meat. It is a physical declaration of mankind's contempt for the natural order. It is hubris manifest. We also have a lower sodium variety, if you would prefer that.
I'm not gonna lie, if she did that in front of me in person, I'd probably pass out. Oh, I saved this. Right, of course I did. I put it in the thumbnail. You feel as if you were just brainwashed? Me too. I mean, obviously that did brainwash her because she memorized the entire fucking thing. It's like me with fingers around my dick. I don't actually know if I can recite it perfectly like that, but I'm in the right state of mind that if it is a thing I can do, I will be able to.
So you guys came here from Demon World.
It makes me laugh too much to even try to
I
recite
get
it.
it.
Actually,
They must be
must be
kicking out
kicking
all the rejects, right?
huh?
No, don't be rude, Toho.
So you come in here saying you're from Demon World,
No,
but you got the spiritual presence of a piece of gum.
no, don't be rude, Toho. Dai Hokushin and what would be considered S-Class.
You are an S-Class?
No. I am.
Well, I must be the idiot here.
No.
Okay. Well, I must be the idiot here because I had it in my head that the tunnel between Demon World and...
No. Don't be rude, Toho.
Okay. The tunnel between Demon World and Human World had been sealed off.
No.
Fine! Let's go now!
No use case.
You needn't hurry. Take the time.
Okay. The tunnel between Demon World and Human World. I'm gonna my fingers around his
No use, K. That's not quite what's happening
here.
In fact,
I'd love to get my fingers around his
you have yet to speak of this dirty part.
Yeah. Okay. I'd love to get my fingers around his Now stand your ground.
Please, wait 1 second. Let me explain myself.
Maybe you need a minute to answer.
No. You have done good work.
One time I fought a demon that ate human fingers around my
I actually, you have done good work is really the that's the moment that I'm working. Like, I say that line probably every single day, like literally every day. No, you have done good work. Anytime anyone's done anything good. Snowman 8 with 9.99. Man, what do you do when you're anxious and can't sleep? What's fun? Wear yourself the fuck out. If you got too much anxiety, you got that nervous energy is literally inside of your body. So you got to work it out. If you want to do that in the least space consuming way, do grips. Get yourself a pair of grips I mean, don't overdo it. Actually, I had a friend who would do grips so often that his forearms became like fucking gigantic and they would like ache all the time because you can't just do like you cannot infinitely work your grip muscles. But what I'm trying to say is if you find some kind of exertion that you can pump the anxiety into, that's most of the reason people work out. If you know a lot of dudes who are like really jacked, they're always the most anxious motherfuckers in the world. Like they got jacked because they're so anxious and they feel like they need to be able to hit their anxiety, you know? So so that's my advice. Hey, Shitty Kickflips is live. What's she talking about?
Or maybe she's just a masochist that loves having her art torn.
Asaweeb is also in this chat. Amazing.
But I would assume that means that she wants to make things that you
I don't know what she's talking about. She's talking about something else. Let's go into Kiki's stream. She's listening to Megan.
I genuinely don't give a fuck, and I didn't know that people actually cared.
Oh, it's a Kendrick verse. Wait, this is just wait. Why is she listening to Mr. Morale, the Big Steppers? This is not Megan Thee Stallion.
Are you happy for me? Really? Are you happy for me? Say the truth without.
Okay, I know she's already risking getting taken down. I probably fucking am gonna get blocked just for playing that. This stream will probably get blocked when it's over just for like the 15 seconds of that Kendrick Lamar song I just played because that was on Top Dog and fucking everything I played that was on Top Dog on my last stream got full on blocked. Let's see if I can when you're trying to take stuff out of a video you have to do it one at a time, which is very annoying. So let's see. So I'm not worried about stuff that makes it not able to be monetized, ad revenue paid to the claimant, whatever. I don't care. Eligible for revenue sharing. That's nice. That's not even a bad thing at all. Video can't be monetized. I don't care. Whatever. I expect this. You know, I made my money through the super chats. This video can't be seen in some territories. So here we go. Again, an example of a Top Dog Entertainment release that I am now going to have to cut out of my video so that eventually this will be visible again. This is yesterday's stream, by the way. I really didn't clarify. I forgot to mention that yesterday's stream is currently unavailable and I'm working on it. Crisis Young season 1 episode 1. That is clearly copyrighted. I don't know if Lapusha just thought it was totally independent, but it is not. It ain't no indie. Not on that level anyway. And also I guess that's it. It was just all of the Top Dog. I already had to cut out all the Dochi or no, I still have another Dochi song. So I still have to cut out this Dochi song and Crisis Young. And you know, we're now in the like hour it's going to take for it to just cut that fucking Schoolboy Q song. I just made it cut. So all that's going to have to happen before yesterday's stream comes back. Not that it's a stream I would encourage people to like rush to go watch because it was particularly weird and dissociative and you know, I there was like probably 40 minutes of it I wasn't even there, literally like not at the computer. Did Yule get you? I don't think it. Wait, let's see. Was Yule in the list? Was that yesterday's stream? I don't see any Yule in my claims. Let's look at the day before that just to be sure. There's plenty of claims on this. Oh, and also, so whenever it says can't be seen in some territories, almost always the territories are Russia and Belarus. I've never had any Russian or Belarusian, I assume that's the word for a person from Belarus, people complain about my videos being down in their country. So I haven't bothered to remove the FKA Twigs song for the video. But oh, yep, Yule is in here, but Yule is eligible for revenue sharing. So with Yule, that means that I just like make half of the ad revenue. I'm not concerned about the ad revenue on the fucking VODs, you know. Baby Mother also got it blocked in Belarus and Russia specifically. I'm surprised. I don't know how it is that So Great and Powerful is a Beautiful Heart can be claimed by anybody. I have no idea how that's possible, considering it's not any kind of official upload. It's in no way a product that is for sale. No idea how that's happening. So that's concerning to me. On like a moralistic level. But yeah, Yule I can play and it won't be that big of a deal, basically, if that's what you were wondering by asking that. Let me shout out everybody who's in chat because I really haven't addressed y'all yet. I've been doing kind of like a bits and stuff, you know. Roy Thomas was in here. Wrong thing. Roy Thomas said go on the Weeb Crew podcast. I've never like heard of it or know what it is. So if they want me on there, I'm sure they'll invite me. But usually when I go on a podcast, it's because I've been invited to it. Let's see. Okay. Who's been here since I actually went live? Amy's here. Kratom God, formerly Lamb Squad, who grew up in Wheeling, the town next to Buffalo Grove. Anon Emus says, I've had content get flagged from the radio before. Yeah, I'm sure it's possible. I was just hoping I could just make it sound shitty enough that it wouldn't. Luna Pretty Cure says, I was waiting for the last stream to come back to get my Trixie fill, but now I've got this. Yes, that's why I had to get out. I had to get out in front of y'all. I would have started way earlier, but both Vic and Shade came over today at different times. Vic to pick stuff up, Shade to drop stuff off, and me and Bird made dinner. So, you know, I was a little busy through the times that I would have started. Trixie, where is your Discord server linked? I'm subbed to your Patreon. It is not a Patreon Discord. It is on the We Watch Anime Channels About section, as Amy Worrell pointed out. So I guess you already know. Blah, blah, blah. Lucky is free, says the girl that I've been talking to for like a week just blocked me mid-conversation. It was the deepest connection I've thought I had with a woman in a while. That's fucking rough. I mean, don't assume that it's about you. Like, I know a lot of girls who, when they have a manic episode, they block everybody in their phone because they don't want to accidentally say something to you that they will regret. So they just simply block everyone. And then a lot of the time, they don't remember to unblock everybody if you don't reach out to ask, like, hey, what's going on? Like, oftentimes, if you just say, hey, like, what's going on, you know, through some other means later, you know, like give it a little time, give it a little rest area, maybe give a follow-up like, hey, or maybe they'll unblock you. I don't know. It might be some people don't like to be asked through another means about why they got blocked. I don't know. Everybody uses these buttons differently is another part of the issue. Like some people you really can read a lot into it because there is a lot of intent, and some people there is not a lot of intent. It really depends on the person. Sunlight Vector, shout out. Asaweeb, Hermes. I'm not tuned in with USA News. Is Elon Musk getting a lot of backlash for all the fascist stuff? Is this why the stock is going down? Yes. I mean, the thing about the United States is that, like, most of the populace here just believes that politics are hopeless. Like, we don't think that our government can be fixed or that it makes sense in the way that it is. But like rallying against it is really hard because the country's fucking huge. Like it is essentially 50 different micro countries, or not even micro, 50 different small countries that are all in one country. And like the ability for like these mega corporations to just like skim so much off the top of what everyone is doing in the country that they just become like all powerful in terms of controlling industry. But for the most part, like they are on some level like beholden to make like at least worth, like Amazon is only as successful as it is because Amazon is really convenient. You know, like it revolutionized the shipping industry. So like there's a reason that these billionaires can talk about their accomplishments like they did a good thing, because on some level, you know, for a lot of people, what they did was helpful in the short term in a bunch of different instances, you know, but it bleeds them out in this overarching way because, like, while these technologies and innovations are great, they're not sustainable at the way that they're being implemented, you know, and it just takes more time to figure out how to make something sustainable. And, uh, you know, we've given too much freedom to experimentation in the United States. Like we allow the people at the top to fuck over large swaths of the bottom in order to, you know, try to make something that maybe is going to make things better. But it's like, yeah, but it's better for whoever survives. What about everyone who died in that, like, you know, in that process of trying to make this thing that, again, was not sustainable? It doesn't take into consideration how does this keep everybody alive in the process of it being created, you know? They burn humans as fuel for their rocket to Mars. Aggie9 2026 is the year Ye will redeem himself. You'll all see. I don't know if I mean, there was a video. There's a lot of people who are saying Ye is beyond redemption. There's other people who say that Ye doesn't have any need of redemption. He is perfectly fine as he is. And I'll reserve my take for now because it's more complicated than any of that, obviously. You know how much I love nuance. Genki G-san. Turlo Zap. Are Twitch VODs not active yet? I don't know how to make them. Also, I lost my Twitch password, so I need to figure that out. Did I notice that Shitty Click Slips was in the Discord? Of course. I read all of the Discord. Even if I don't know what's the only stuff I skip over is like when you're talking about an anime I don't care about, you know, I'm not going to read all of it, but I will check what it is, you know. I'm a big time skimmer. I skim a lot of internet, you know, especially if it's related to me or anybody who is related to me. Danny Sour. I just got here. Can you give me a too long didn't watch in the first 20 minutes of the stream, or should I just watch it? You could just, I'm hoping somebody will clip it. I don't think, you know, I used to have, when I was doing live streams heavily last year, there was this person called Trixie Clipsy, and I don't know, I guess she hasn't really been around lately. Because I haven't seen her in chat or making any, I'm assuming this person's gender, but, you know, they took a bunch of clips from my streams before. And also Luna Prettycure, who is in chat, took a bunch of clips of my streams, not on this channel. There's a bunch of different channels. Hold on. I don't think it's on that one, Lucario fan, either. Shit. Can I remember the name of the other? I'm sure you've already said it in chat, and I'll get to it. Cole is here. Mad Hatchess is here. I played so great and powerful on here. Fuck yeah. Indeed I did, Sunlight Vector. I live in Northern Ireland, and the Tesla dealership in Belfast is getting vandalized. Cars are having their wing mirrors broken and the bodywork dented on purpose. Excellent. But the Yuletide was gay. How can we not get the revenue? That's pretty funny. I thought you would stream Gaga. No, I will definitely get taken down if I stream Gaga. Unfortunately, I would have done a reaction to that album. It would be I would react to everything. If I could react to everything, I would react to every single thing that I think is interesting, because I just sit around like listening to music and watching YouTube videos all day. And like when I'm listening to music, I'm like, I would really rather listen to this with you all. Like, it would be more fun to just listen to music and sing along and like have everybody here. But I'm like, what can I get away with? You know, like I love covering independent stuff because I know I can get away with it. And anything that's not independent, it's just like, is this going to get me killed or not? Jalea Lane Cassaus, I don't know how to say your last name or your first name, if I'm being honest. Needing without Amazon must have been obnoxious. Yes, it was. You had to mail shit. You had to do it all by mail. Snail mail. And like magazine mail orders and shit, you know. Advertising through magazines. Sorry for being out of the loop, but what happened to your Twitter account? Well, you see, no, whoa, no, not pornography. I forgot that if I click X, it no longer takes me to Twitter. Hilarious. Hopefully that was not on screen long enough to cause me any problems with YouTube. Twitter will still show me stuff in my For You tab, but not my following tab. Okay. My account is suspended indefinitely. My heart is racing from accidentally posting porn on the screen for like 2 seconds. I'm like, oh God, they're coming for me. They're coming for me. The internet's coming for me. Okay. I posted death threats, like comedy death threats against Elon Musk basically every day for like a month. And I kept making them funnier, but that did not make them like more acceptable. I got like 4 one-day suspensions, just single day suspensions. All right, people keep coming in and asking me about the fucking woman on the thumbnail. So let's go back to this. Yeah, this woman is currently in jail because Erin White from Buffalo Grove. That's right. My search term was Erin White trans Tesla to make sure I got the articles I wanted. Oh no, I don't want this one. This one dead names her. Get the fuck out of here. Patch. This is the one that shows her picture and doesn't dead name her. This woman defaced this Tesla dealership, and now she's getting a felony charge, which I think is pretty fucking extreme for graffitiing a Tesla dealership when they obviously deserve it. So anyways, I kept getting suspensions for like a day for my comedy death threats, but the one that finally got me permanent banned was, I think somebody should go back in time and kill baby Elon Musk. Because it's a joke everybody says about Hitler, right? Go back in time and kill baby Hitler. I was like, what if you went back in time and killed baby Elon Musk? It's literally dead baby humor, literally the like bedrock of satire, like fucking on the level of Swiftian satire, you know. His name's Jonathan Swift, right? I think that's the guy who wrote the Eat All the Babies book. Hashtag Eat All the Babies. That's what it was called, right? What if Baby Stabber did it? What if I just made everybody listen to Baby Stabber? We have 54 viewers. I just put them all through the baby stabbing. Why are there so many viewers? Where the fuck did all you people come from? Hello. I guess this is what happens when I stream at midnight on a Wednesday? Why? What the hell is going on? Who eating babies? Hello, Mel. Oh, man. Interesting night. Ah! I hit my fucking... Ow. I hit my fucking microphone with my elbow. Ugh. Snowman 8 with the $9.99 once again. Thank you so much. Homestuck is still updating, not hussy and very evolved. Watch S8R8K, please. I will. I know about Homestuck 2. I didn't know it was still going. I've never heard anyone recommend it. Like, I've heard some people say that it's not like unremittently awful, I guess, but I've never heard anyone recommend it. But let's see what it's up to, I guess. Time run out. Okay. Sounds like Maidcore. Oh, it's way more bouncy. What does this remind me of? It's really interesting. It's got such a like bouncy bass, and then like those really heavy fucking grinding guitars, and then like a soaring lead over it. It's a unique sound. You know, it's weird. It's like I appreciate aspects of the art here, but it just so doesn't hit as hard as like because I'm thinking back on that last one that you got me to watch from the original series and like how just every image, even though I had no idea what was going on, I was just like, wow, look at this. This is like captivating. And like I look at this and I'm like, okay, like I like the color tone, I like the setting, I like what's happening here, but it's not captivating. Like it looks like it's doing a good job of representing what is happening in the narrative. And I don't feel like Hussey was approaching the videos that way. He was like showing you the coolest imaginable imagery, and it was like honestly hard to interpret what was even happening. But I could be generalizing because also you showed me like the most impossibly epic cutscene last time, and maybe this is more of like a goofy thing. Like her just like kind of bouncing around like that. Get vaporized. I like that shot. It's interesting. They definitely don't have the aesthetic chops that Husky has, though. Like he's just different, man. The guy's just different. Music is very cool, though. Year 8. White pony like Deftones. I like her hair. Cute. Man, I got no fucking idea what's going on. Eating bullet to heaven. Fuck him up. God damn. Oh, that was sick. I like this. People are dying. That was like My Little Pony. you actually hear me talking over that? I just realized how fucking loud that was. Looks like you can, because somebody referenced the Deftones reference. Okay. Danny Sauer with a $2 super sticker. Shout out. Oh my god, that little that's Esper, right? Or is that I think that's what that Pokemon is called. I love that fucking design. One of my favorites from that gen. I kind of got that riff in my head like now that just Which one did they show me last time? It was I don't remember. It was something from the original, but I don't remember which one it was. Okay, I need to vent. I live in a homophobic country and it's driving me crazy and making me sad. Why can't people just accept some people are different and there's nothing wrong with it? It's true. Are there like especially unhomophobic countries? I guess France seems pretty like open, but it's hard to judge because like the culture is always going to be more empathetic than like the law. The law of a country is always going to be the most evil it could possibly be without like pissing off the people so much that they revolt. So like, you know, if the nation is homophobic enough that the law can get away with being homophobic, it's going to be. So on some level, you know, like if there is any amount of open expression of queerness, then that means that it's not so bad in that place, you know, but I do wonder like how is it actually for queer people in somewhere like France? I'd love to see it. You know, if I go there sometime and I realize like I should not be in the United States, then maybe I'll consider going a place like that. Because I definitely felt that way when I went to the few places in the United States that are very queer, like going to Seattle, the whole Seattle metro area, going all the way down to Olympia. I've mentioned this on stream a few times, but Olympia, Washington has the most prominent transgender stronghold I have ever seen in the United States. You know, most major cities in the US have some kind of gay district. I happen to live in a hell of military complexes, so there's like no gay culture here to speak of. But north of me in Richmond, I know there is, and in Washington, D.C., there's a lot of gay culture, and, you know, New York, obviously. But it ain't like everywhere in the US is safe to be gay, you know. And certainly like here I wouldn't call it unsafe. It's just like you're not going to be like understood or popular outside of if you are hanging out with gay people, you know? Like, and you're way more likely to be in the closet if you're in a place where gays are in like open gayness is in such a minority, you know? At least that's my personal experience. Volatile times. I keep looking at this because it looks like this cake has like a fucking guts or something or some kind of flesh. You know, I assumed that music probably wasn't copyrighted by the fact that it was in the video, but then I was like, I'm not going to take the risk. I don't know. I cannot say for sure. I don't know who made this song. It sounds mastered, and that's enough reason for me to think it could be professionally released. Oh my god, there's a fucking Culture United happening right now. Wait, oh, it's already over. How did I miss this? I guess I've been streaming. Shit. I'll listen to that later, I guess. God damn it. what else is going on, y'all? What's happening in this great old wide world of ours, other than trans women getting arrested for vandalizing Tesla dealerships? I need to know more about this world. I only really start seeing the words Elon Musk or Donald Trump when I go onto Blue Sky. Like in my daily life, I don't encounter these words, but then I open up Blue Sky, and usually there's some of the first words I see, or something vaguely alluding to something about them. What the fuck? That's a gold shopping cart. What are all these maps? Russia and Ukraine have not formally announced the implementation of the temporary long-range strike ceasefire. Ceasefires take time to negotiate. Okay. I just wanted to see maps. What else is going on? I don't see anything like strikingly incredible yet. Show me. She cute. Show me cool shit. Show me cool shit. The internet is such a blessing for us queers. Thank you for being online in general, Trixie. Shows like Has Been Hotel and Hell of a Boss are so refreshing for being so authentically gay as hell. I mean, I can't even really take credit for, I feel like, opening, like I feel like so many doors had to be opened for me. Like I've talked about this before on stream, that like when ContraPoints fully transitioned, I was like scared to watch her videos for a while because I had been, you know, like I had connected with her as somebody who like had accepted gender fluid as like an acceptable answer, you know? And so like I had like it sent me into like a state of denial, you know, when she like transitioned. I was like, oh, I've been left behind. Like, but also like I'm obviously not happy where I'm at. So, you know, maybe I should be following.
Girl, Prog has been driving me crazy. Oh my god, right? Me too. Wanna show me? It's really hard. Sorry, I'm normally better than this. So what do you play? Go. Girl, Prog has been driving me crazy.
I legitimately
oh my
did
god,
not see the plot twist coming in that. That's pretty fucking funny.
Trans girls after 6 months hormones be like, oh, I'm actually not sad. And I can't come. Trans girls after 6 months hormones. Trans girls win.
Make sure you eat all your spinach. That'll put hair on your chest, that stuff.
Trans girls win.
Make sure you eat all your spinach.
Yeah, okay. You feel like Trixie opened the floodgates and now the anime people are starting to be gay? God, I fucking hope so. They really need it. They need it. I don't think most of this art shit would be necessary if you could just fuck your own gender. Like, I don't think people would need to trip on all this. Like, I don't know. Not to say that I don't enjoy all the art shit, but like, you know, the main reason it takes me so long to get ready for live streams is that I'd rather just hang out with my husband, you know, like on some level. Not to say that I don't like hanging out with y'all, but I wish you were here. You know, it would be different if we were all together, but I'll settle for what we've got, you know? Like you said, the internet is a beautiful thing for us, but I want to put you all in a box and ship you, keep them in my house, like figurines on a shelf that I talk to, like a sister. had not looked into Malbat's shorts.
So, Amanda, what you guys doing your date last night?
Yeah. Can I put this in my fucking peak playlist? Good. Okay. What's going on? I guess we should probably watch Mall City. Where does it start? Here we go. Speaking of, Miso Wild says, OMG, yes, TrixieCon 2026. Apparently Nate, best guy ever, is doing a Nate con like right now, but like not a convention, but a rad con, but it's for Nate and his content creator friends. I guess Nate really likes doing rad cons or something, because I personally, none of the rad cons ever went really well for me, so I like kind of put that idea on the shelf. Like, that's probably not something I'm ever going to try to do again. Like an actual convention I'd be more likely to do, where the idea is that it's just I do a bunch of panels and then we hang out, or literally it's just me and a bunch of my viewers just hanging out and not making shit at all. Because tasking yourself to hang out with your friends but also make a bunch of content sucks. It's not fun. It sucks. So I'm glad that he has enough fun with it that he's going to do it with his own people. I don't know who all is there. I know it's like Ben, and I think Shabes is going to be there. I think Shabes is actually going to be at NateCon. Be really interesting to hear what Shabes, how it goes. Because they all live in Boston, up in that Boston area. So I think. But I think Victor's going up to NateCon to do to film lectures. So it's basically just a weekend of filming lectures, as I understand it. It's NateCon is Nate and his homies getting together to film more lectures. That Kingdom Hearts 102 lecture, Victor told me, also was filmed 2 years ago, which did not surprise me. I think I said as much on the last stream. I was like, this had to have been filmed a very long time ago, considering how long it is and how long this would take to edit. So probably it was like, I'm finally done. I want to make more. Let's organize this. Anyway. I watched a recent Brandon Rogers interview, and he mentioned how most big guests at panels for conventions are mostly straight. He noticed that he was one of the very few openly queer guests that goes to conventions. That's definitely true. And conventions are a weird space because it's a bunch of people who, well, it depends on the con, right? So like if you go to a furry convention, no one there is straight. Like you go to fucking, like a real fur con, you're not gonna find a lot of straight people. And brony conventions, in the year of our Lord 2025, you're not gonna find straight people. But like I met Brandon Rogers at Too Many Games. That was a very straight convention because it's a gamer convention, and it's like it's a gamer convention revolving around the angry video game nerd, and so it's almost all nostalgia driven. Like it's old gamers, old gamers playing old games, buying and trading old rare games. It is definitely a sausage fest, and the funniest thing about Too Many Games for me as a trans woman is that obviously I use the women's room, but not just because I, can, but because of the fact that at Too Many Games, the men's bathroom lines are like way out the door, and the women's bathroom is almost unoccupied. Like on average, maybe 2 or 3 women in the bathroom at a time, and the men's room has a line out the door. You will not find these circumstances in anywhere else other than a gaming convention, particularly one full of old nerds. So it's a very masculine atmosphere, but not in the sense of like that it's a bunch of dude bros, in the sense that it's a bunch of like, musky bedroom dwelling, nerds, and it's not that even there's not like an amount of gayness there, and obviously it's a place you can be pretty open and flamboyant and nobody's gonna like check you for it because half of everyone's in ridiculous costumes, but there's not like an atmosphere of this is like Pride or anything, it's not like a very gay atmosphere. You only will get that at like the furry conventions or at Pride. Obviously Pride events are just conventions. Like Pride is just gay con, and so if you go to any Pride parade, that is the equivalent of going to a gay convention. And I'm sure Brandon Rogers would like do incredibly at something like that, but I don't know. I think, the audience for independent animation seems to be like a con going type of a crowd, but I would think he would be a bigger hit at like I don't know. He was a huge hit at Too Many Games. So don't get me wrong. Probably every queer person at Too Many Games was at that Brandon Rogers panel, at that signing, he was definitely flirting with Bird, and if Bird had been like 1 year later into his sense of self, he probably would have fucked Brandon Rogers that night. But but we didn't know if that was the kind of thing that could happen in our relationship. But I think I would have approved that. We also didn't know who he was. We were just hanging out with him, having no fucking idea who he was, not realizing we were going to become tremendous fans of him like a day later when we actually saw his content. So, it would have been a different story probably. But Bird got into a Brandon Rogers video, so at least there's that. I feel like I've shown it enough times that at some point it becomes like, all right, when are you going to get into another one? I don't know. I don't know where Brandon Rogers operates out of. Probably California, right? Like most people do. Yeah, he definitely does kill it at convention. I mean, so at the Too Many Games where we met him, Bird was running. He was one of the defenders, and basically every year they put him at the front door. Like they always, pretty much every year that we've gone to Too Many Games, 3 years, Bird has worked as part of the defender team, and they always put him at the front door as the person who is like the first face you see when you walk in to ask about whatever, And pretty much always people ask him about where they can go to find whichever celebrity they're looking for. And it's either Scott the Woz or Brandon Rogers were like the two big ones the years that they were there. So when we hung out with him at like the after party, thing, we were like our impression of him was, hey, you're the guy who everyone's been asking about all day. Like we didn't know why. We were just, other than that he was in Hell of a Boss, we hadn't seen it yet. I'd only seen the first episode of Has Been Hotel, and that was the only reason I knew who any of them were, because it was him and Adam Nealon, and is that his last name? Did I fuck up his name? Hold on. The other dude who's always in, who like writes all the videos with him, basically. His good buddy Adam. I think his last name is Nealon. I don't know why I'm going to the channel like I'm going to easily find his name. I guess it'd be in the credits or something. Nope, not in the description. That ain't how it works. Nealon, Adam Nealon. It was Brandon, Adam, and Vivzy were there as a trio. And Adam and I had a very long conversation because A, he's the sweetest man I've ever met in my whole life, and also a writer. And I was like, I'm a writer too. I want to be a writer just like you. Yeah, very, very cool guy. If you ever get the chance to meet Adam Nealon, he's like the sweetest, just like the most magnanimous energy that has ever come out of a guy, you know? Yeah, he at the time that we met them, he was like becoming one of them. Like, oh, sorry, let me highlight that he's one of the main writers on Has Been Hotel and Hell of a Boss. When we met him, because it was in between, it was before Has Been Hotel had become a full show, so there was only the pilot out, but the whole first season of Hell of a Boss was out, and I think season 2, episode 1 had just premiered or something, because like they were like the whole time Vivzy was like literally just reading responses to the new episode drop, you know, because she's just like checking for fan theories. Like basically they're the most excited about when fans get shit right, like when they figure out all the background details that they put in. So she's like trying to see if the fans are figuring the stuff out, you know, like at the con. And you know, and so mostly I was mostly talking to Adam, and then, you know, we spent a lot of time smoking Brandon out in our car, because we were the only people with weed. We are the only cool people at too many games. Like the only people who were trying to like, hey, you want to like go outside and smoke some weed before we all have to be at this karaoke party for the next 2 hours? Like, anyway, it was a good time. Oops, didn't mean to do that. But oh yeah, the point of that was that Adam was not like a lead writer yet, but he was always involved in like, him and Brandon have been like best friends for a long time. So it's like, you know, I think they've probably written everything that one of them's written. The other one was also there, you know, at the same time. I keep hitting the fucking enter key, or space bar, thinking it's gonna play the video, and I keep text. Okay, I have to keep adding all of these Mall City episodes to. Pauses and things. Karia said, a couple rant thoughts. Taylor's app, you're very brave and cool. I tried to get Trixie to tell you how much us and chat are rooting for you, but I figured I'd come here to send it myself. Second, sorry, Trixie. But every time I try to tell you my channel with all the clips, Tyranny keeps stealing my phone, and I can't produce them fast enough to get back. You have to find the channel on your own. I'll give it my best shot. Have fun with Tyranny. Random thoughts, not random thoughts.
Girl, it's looking so nice out. Take it, baby, we can step out. Give all the city a stroll. And we can talk
Yeah, the reason I have been putting cats on screen so much is that they're on Twitch. And I know that most of you are on Oh, you couldn't hear me well over the audio. I need to fucking keep it low. I was saying I'd been putting your chats on screen because you are on Twitch, and I figured most people weren't going to see those messages unless I put them on the screen. But I also don't want to discourage using the Twitch because it's gonna, you know, it takes a certain amount of watch hours before you can get like affiliate or partner or whatever. And I was like getting close to affiliate, I think, before I stopped streaming, and now it's gonna be like totally reset because it's like within a certain time frame or whatever. I probably would have to make an active push for it to actually make it work, but this one feels very different from the last three. Oh. Nice wings. You got this. Do you got this? Whoa. Interesting. Okay, she did do it. Who dat? Motherfucking drones. Yeah, get fucked. Wonder if that's loud. Now kiss. No, come back. Aww. Ten out of 10. I was 1,000% locked into that. I did not realize it was going to be 8 minutes long when I clicked on it, because the first 3 episodes were all like 1 minute long, and I just didn't really look at it or process it. But that was fucking amazing. Did I put that in peak only? Peak only. Mall City top 10 anime. Okay. Did we bust out Gugu yet? Sorry, just joining. No, Landon, we haven't, and thank you for reminding me. I'll be right back. Let me put on Good Girl with a Gun while I go get Gugu.
before you open up the dirty window. Let the sun illuminate the words that you could not find. Reaching for something in the distance, so close you can almost taste it. Release your inhibitions, feel the rain on your skin, your skin, your skin. Feel the rain on your skin, your skin, your skin. It's a flow on your skin, your skin, your skin. Feel the rain on your skin, your skin, your skin. It's a flow on your skin.
All right, it's time for an unboxing. Anti-pugilistic victory requires outfoxing. I got this package. Y'all know what's in this package if you've been paying attention to the live streams, right? Someone other than Landon want to tell me what's in it? Landon, that music is not ass. That music's incredible. It's a remix of a classic 90s song, which is what makes it hilarious. You just wouldn't understand, all right? Boys wouldn't get it. World of Goo Goo, Goo Goo. No sound. Y'all can hear me, right? It's Gumi's Evolution or something. That's right, Turlo's app. Oh my god, it's even more adorable than I realized. It's Sligoo. Pokemon Fit? What the hell does that mean? Pokemon Fit? Okay, I'm gonna pretend I can read this. Pokemon Kasutama Sapoto Center. Pokemon Customer Support Center. It's got a phone number for the Pokemon Customer Support Center. I didn't know that in Japan they write their phone numbers. God damn it! Where the I know this is mirrored for you, but the 4 numbers are first. Yeah, okay, whatever. It doesn't have any information about the Pokemon. It does say the name Megurumi Pokemon Fit. That's what type of thing it is, right? And then it says Numeiru? Is that what the fuck does that the bottom text there? I don't remember what this one is. I think that might be Numeiru. Megurumi Pokemon Fit. New Sligoo. I'm Sligoo. Hello. It is nice to meet you. I was in a bag all day. And for the last few days, I was in a bag. I went from Japan to Illinois. To Indiana. I went from Japan to Indiana all the way to Virginia. Holy shitting fuck. I'm a Sligoo. Sligoo. Ooh, hello. Thank you, Landon. I like it. Now we get to watch Two Girl, Two Gun until somebody tells me what else to do. Feel the rain on your skin, your skin. Just remember you said Sliggy Goo Goo was in your top 10. Had to get it for you. Also play the wild everything we need. I'll do that after this. I think I agree with my take. Like, I wasn't sure if I still thought that Sliggoo was a top tier design until receiving this plushie, and like literally the second I laid eyes on it, I was like, yeah, Sliggoo is a fucking great design. The fucking antennas, the little swirl on the snail, big goofy smile, vacant haunting green eyes. There's like a little bit of a creepy cute to it as well. Like, hello, I'm Sliggoo. I'm going to goo on you. Anyway, I like it. Landon would recommend me not copyrighted music talent. Literally impossible.
Talking stuff we know is where we sow the seeds of something beautiful. But not if we close our eyes. No, we can't just close our eyes. I saw my neighbor in the street. We talked to family of war and the economy. He said, boy, I lost it all, but we've got our lost nuts that we owe. Our reliefs when we know the expense of our lives is not met. Please stick by my side. Oh, I need you by my side. The woods, when the city's grip gets too unbearable, next to trees my problems seem minuscule. I think of those that need a hand.
I want this fucking parka this girl's got. Tight fit.
Sometimes we just need a hand. No hope, don't grow from a stimulus plan. So that would be what we got. I need you by my side.
Okay, in response to the bizarre conversation on the Twitch chat about why Virginia is called Virginia and whether or not it is because it's full of virgins, didn't you know that our state motto is Virginia is for lovers? The tourism slogan for the U.S. Commonwealth adopted in 1969 by the Virginia State Travel Service. The slogan Virginia is for lovers was created in 1969, blah, blah, blah. Target younger demographic, Boogie Beegi, Nagadungi, Mogabogo, whatever. Boogie Boogie Boom, Boogie 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 Boom. And then those Hawthorne Heights jackasses fucking made everybody think that it's about Ohio. I don't know why they stole our fucking swag like this. Hey there. I know it's hard to feel like I don't care at all where you are and how you feel with these lights off as these wheels. Hold on. Y'all know how it is. No, I don't want the second OP. I want the season 2 OP, you know? And I'll just do this by vocal. No, I want the okay. Yeah. You get the point. Oh, we already did that. Where's the other super chat? Jitterjoy with $5 says to listen to Jezebel Gaberguli, Pizza Rolls Royce. I have not actually listened to any of her music, though I have seen a whole video about Jezebel Gaberguli being like, I guess, the only female incel core artist.
I made a big mistake, and I forgot to say, and threw it all away. It's already too late, because it's all your love. It takes away your pain, it's no real, it's always been a fact.
First of all, this is extremely good. And secondly, this is like, I don't know what I guess Zoomer generation version of Shinsei Kamate-chan. Like, this is exactly the feelings I got out of Shinsei Kamate-chan. Wait, how many chats are there? There are none others in line currently. This is I mean, I assume that's what you're, wait, how many? Oh, you mean how many chats, as in how many different, there's the YouTube and the Twitch chat separately, but I have them collected in one from my perspective. Okay. And no, it's definitely not a coincidence that it's 4 minutes and 20 seconds. No, it's never a coincidence if it's 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Yeah, this fucking rules.
And even God would say, you're gonna die one day. You better not be late. Oh, he's coming up behind you, sitting there beside you, telling you it's fine, cause you've always been alive. Don't until you're not in it, tears alive. But when your fear so cold, it's not a sensation, eh? Stupid and self-aware. But don't you be scared. Well, I'll see you there. We can talk about our jobs and complain about the weather. Smoke a cigarette with the diet Dr. Pepper. All I wanna be is the girl you get to be with. But you work all weekend, I got weekends. I don't even like you, I'll let it all spite you. Next stop is a good shop, have a light dude. You can't what crushes my American spirit. I don't wanna hear it if you aren't gonna listen to me. First love is so sweet, the rest is sugar free. I tried so hard to be the girl I was at 17, but oh.
First love is so sweet, the rest is sugar free. What the fuck? I don't feel that way, but that is a great fucking lyric. That's a 10 out of 10, I'm afraid. Now, what I love about Shinsei Kamate-chan is that they still post all their unreasonable demos, or rather Noko does, to... I think this channel should have some of it. Oh, this has the real old shit. Oh, yeah. In case you don't know, San ni ichi obake means 3, 2, 1, ghost. How much can I understand? Very little, but that's partly because of the distortion. Cole with $2 says, try any transparency boo vid or numb fatal frame. I've never heard of transparency boo. Wait, I've seen this avatar, I think. Have I seen any of these? No, it doesn't look like. Queering Animal Crossing. Transphobia, a helpful guide for J.K. Rowling. If it wasn't an hour long. Pikmin. Also an hour long though. You just want me to like be generally aware of this, right? I guess we'll watch the other thing you said, and I am subscribed to this, Did I fucking watch one of these videos or not? God damn it. The Last Metroid.
That streamline the whole experience, or how the theatricality of its cutscenes are constantly stated as an important step for storytelling in video games. However, for the subject we're getting to in
Okay, probably what happened here was I got 17 minutes into that video, was not in the mood for it, subscribed so that I would remember it later, and then maybe that all happened in the last 3 months, and they haven't put out a new video since then, so I... 2 gals and a little ghost. Who's the little ghost? They got a Tumblr. Cute! Oh, I like their art. I don't have a Tumblr. Do you have... You don't seem to... Get off of here, goddammit. Replace this with a Blue Sky link, please. Okay. Numb Fatal Frame. If it does, we'll just have to go somewhere else. Maddie, I like plenty of basic music. I'm sure there's people in there who are probably sick of all the weird stuff that's posted and would appreciate the normal song. This definitely has made for vibes. Mr. Person, you're thinking of Mastodon that is decentralized. Blue Sky is just like the people who got kicked out of Twitter made another one. And because all of the liberals immediately went there, they've been kind of running the show in terms of being like, you know, do what we say or we're just going to leave. And we're your whole install base. So I'm sure that Blue Sky would flip the script if they could. But so far they can't because they basically exist just to be liberal Twitter as it stands. And of course, we will literally just abandon them as soon as they, you know, become evil. Lapusha with Australian 799 says Bun Hunting Overture. I'll finish this song real quick though. I don't want to leave the climactic moment unsaid. Blue Sky is not quite exactly the same thing as Twitter because of a couple things. One, it does not have like a algorithm thing that like, you know, it doesn't like it has a discover page. I don't really know how this is sorted, but you can get rid of this. Like you can customize what's at the top of your page. Like I have just a fungi feed. So if I want to go look at fungi, I can do that, or moss. you know? Just because I saw these were options and I was like, yeah, I like looking at fungi and moss. I'm sure I won't get tired of having that up there. What's cooking? Ooh. I would like to learn how to make that, actually. The fuck is that? Steak and mushroom pie? Bird doesn't like mushrooms, though. But I can change that. Oops. But yeah, your following feed is just a straight up following feed with no bullshit or whatever. And then they should be paying me to do this. I should be getting paid for all the fucking promo I'm doing for this stupid ass website. But you know, all the cool stuff is here. I mean, I retweet about 1,000 cool things a day, so it's not like I'm starving for cool shit. Look at this one of those artworks that just kind of stopped me in my tracks today, where I was like, wow, I can't think of any time I've seen an art style that looks like this, and I really love it. Yeah, like everything I repost is fucking goated. I share a lot of this in my Discord also. I'm not going to open up any of these ones that say adult content. They are usually hardcore pornography, so just warning you. Did you know that Clamp drew this? I mean, this is from X 1999, but it looks so much like Motoko Kusanagi that it reads to be as fan art almost. Cute Azunyan. Just dank shit all day long. Look at these Gundams. Oh yeah, I retweeted this mostly because this person's name is Carly Jukukes Jepsen, which I got a kick out of. And also, you know, Gundams. Shantae art. This made me laugh out loud when I saw it. He did this for you. So much fucking dope art. This is literally like within the last 3 days that I've scrolled through just shit that I've reposted for the most part. And then, of course, you get all of my brilliant quotes. You know, I'm like a canary with a cursed power to survive any coal mine. Your problem is never having too little money. Your problem is always needing too much money. You did not create this problem in any way, shape, or form. If I'm not allowed to love you, don't talk to me. That rule applies, by the way, to everyone. When you click Blue Sky links in Discord, it opens them in browser instead of app, and I hate this. Please fix it for me. Blue Sky, please. 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 How much do you think you could pay Jesus to like lick or fuck his stigmata? $20 was a lot back then. Thank you, number one, Inuyasha appreciator. I'm a creator. Also facts. What else have I been spitting here? I know I had another good one like yesterday. The point, oh yeah, a lot of people retweeted this one. The point of art is never ever to be good. Every piece serves a bespoke purpose that must be engaged in specific. I just noticed I spelled specific wrong. It says specfic. Must be engaged in specfic. That can also, you can do that too. I guess. I wonder how many people thought I was saying speculative fiction at the end of that sentence there. I didn't catch it at all. You must lead yourself to love. Another cute little idiom of mine. Let's see. People tend to react like you're bullying when you compliment them, so you might as well just be nice all the time. It's just as funny, and they end up liking instead of fearing you. I'm telling you, if you want to live your life right, you got to be following my Blue Sky, because I'm dispensing all of the life advice and world-shaking, mind-shattering, life-affirming revelations. Oh, right. We're supposed to be watching Bun Hunting Overture. I literally forgot. I'm glad I left that on screen. I got so into my fucking Blue Sky promo that I'm not even paid to do. Someone get me the Blue Sky ad deal. What do I have to do? Who do I got to yank? Pusha, are you sure this is not copyrighted? Because the Jung thing got me last time. Hold on. Let's real quick, because I need to edit another I'm still editing all of the stuff that was blocked out of the previous live stream, and you can only do one thing at a time. It looks like I can. But yeah, Crisis Young actually got us blocked worldwide, among other things. It wasn't just that, but we got to be careful with these animations because some of them, they might seem indie, but secretly they're owned by someone. So let me look in the description. That'll probably tell me, right? Like if there's like a producer or something. Sponsorship support from BBOD, Patreon supporters. This looks indie. I don't know what. Is that a person's name? It almost looks like it says indie, but I don't think that's. I think that's just a person. Oh, okay. It's PT indie. Okay, I see. This looks independent. So I'm gonna say this one's probably safe. Probably safe. I like the old school feeling. Right away makes me like aside from the little fade in on the word overture looking very digital, if it wasn't for that, I would have been like able to trick my brain into thinking this was like not digital.
Beautiful fudge
All
forest.
right.
Here the animals like these.
Yeah, I really like the way they did the like impressionistic background versus the cleaner designs.
Splendid rapid.
Makes it feel like cell animation.
Rest in repose as the shimmering sunlight shines down upon the rejuvenating repast. But little do they know, in the deeper, darker depths of the forest.
You know, I don't think there's anything wrong with this guy's vocal performance, but they could definitely use a audio mastering guru, somebody to make that voice sound like it's coming from everywhere, you know.
There dwells a big, bad wolf.
That was really fun.
Too big for a freaking 4-3 aspect ratio, I tell ya.
I don't know how I feel about him referencing the fact that it's a 4:3 aspect ratio. Like, I don't know. We got what the joke was without him saying that by him doing it. I don't know if it adds anything other than to people like me to be like, he said the thing and I know the thing, but like I don't know. I like it though.
The name's Hank Owl, hunter extraordinaire.
You're already simping for the hot wolf guy. He's definitely a good looking guy. He's a little bit of a goofball for my taste, but
My preferred prey is, of course, the rabbit.
I say that like I don't date like a massive goofball, but I mean he's too much of a macho goofball for my taste.
Don't mind them. This is all part of the game. In fact, the chase is what makes it fun.
Kind of hard not to look at his dick when he does that pose, though.
Makes the buns that much more delicious. Excuse me, but it's your cue to run. It's really not.
The animation is quite gorgeous. I don't think it's necessarily doing anything very like new or innovative so much as like trying to find a new way to look old, which is kind of interesting.
Not much of a hunt if you don't run away, but
Although this camera angle, this is very unique. I don't think I've ever seen a shot that looks like this in an old Looney Tune.
it's your decision. In fact, a little bunny buns for an appetizer might be just what I need.
I think I see where this is going. I'd watch them fuck. I'd definitely watch them fuck. In my brain, like after those carrots dropped, I legitimately thought the next shot was gonna be like like that's what I'm used to these animations, like going right from, you know, I'm not used to there being this much foreplay in the animations I watch that are like this.
Did you say buns? Do you want some of my buns?
Jesus fucking Christ. To be continued on Patreon on behind an 18 plus wall, I assume. Like, this was just the intro to a porno, right? Like, this could not have not been the intro to what is then a porn somewhere else, right? Where could that go other than he fills his ass? Like, I don't really see how this is like a very cute. Are you an NSFW artist? Oh my god. This character has a full-on crush. Oh god. And I guess this is the overture, so that must mean that there's like a longer thing on the way. Moly holy. Wait, what? What's happening? Hold on, I have to go back. Biribonzu! Love this vocal delivery in the Japanese part. That is fascinating. They copied like the rhythm of the Evangelion next episode cards, but like not the energy of it, just the rhythm of how they're edited. And like I assume that's what they were going for, because it felt the most like Eva, especially with the I feel like a lot of anime do Jikai at the end, and like I don't know. Okay, yeah, they're saying lots of fan service. It's definitely an Evangelion reference. Fucking incredible. Well, okay. That was the horniest thing we've watched in a little while. Taper clip with $5. I am super chatting from Malice at Doll on behalf of Luna Pretty Cure. I do not know what is Malice at Doll, but I know the people who want it. Okay. I think it's an anime, right? Or something? I've definitely seen the name before. Oh my god. It's 3D. Okay. I'm going to probably have to like skip around in this because I don't know how safe it is copyright wise. 48,000 here from the reel. Okay, so there must be some moment in this that that got clipped into an Insta reel and then people went to investigate what the fuck it is. That's what I'm getting out of this. What happened to fixing my sleep schedule? It fucking didn't work. All right, look, at 8:30 in the morning, everybody left. I had been rapping for a while, and then nobody was in chat anymore. It said there was like 13 viewers, but no, I was like, anybody awake? And nobody was awake. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna shut it down, and I'll take a little break, and I'll come back later. And so I was like, I'll take a nap. I'll set an alarm for 11:30, 11:45, and noon. I snoozed all of those alarms, and I slept until closer to 2 o'clock, around when, like right around when Bird got off work. I very rarely sleep past when I have like an internal clock that knows when Bird gets off work, and I will end up finally getting out of bed by the time I sense that it's about 2 o'clock, no matter what. It is a pretty epic failure, but that's why we get up and we try again. You know, yesterday I was pretty out of it even at the start of the stream, which in fairness was at like 1:30 in the morning. So, I've already been going for 2 hours now, but I'm nowhere near as dissociated as I was last night. Or at the very least, I've been doing it in little bits, and instead of being like the overall state of mind is like I'm a billion miles away. Today I feel much more up close and present. So I think I can carry this thing a little farther, is what I'm trying to say. But we'll see. Also, it's Bird's Day off tomorrow, so I won't have to stay up by myself while Bird's at work. It'll be a lot easier to hang out, Microdosing dissociation, yes. I was explaining this actually in chat yesterday about how I got used to driving like particularly long distances because I was terrified of driving for a very long time. If you watch my video, the quarter centennial progress report, which I made when I was 25, I talk about how at the time I had pretty much only done my driving in town, and I had only gone on the interstate to do like longer drives a couple of times, and I'd been fucking terrified the whole way through because it's so hard for me to maintain association consistently that I was always worried that like I'm gonna zone out and I'm gonna fucking crash my car, and like the fear of that would keep me like at way too much of an alert, and then it's like really exhausting for my brain. And so every time I took a drive that was longer, I'd be like blasting the loudest possible music, like Anamanaguchi the whole way. And then not long after making that video, I did a lot of driving, very, very long drives. And particularly when May and I moved from Rochester to Boston was like a lot of 6-hour drives were involved in that process, So, and then, well, first, like I moved my things from Virginia. Like I had already done a bunch of traveling around the country. Then we did the Virginia to Rochester move. That was a 12-hour drive, which was incredibly difficult. It was 12 hours because I had to drive slow because I was pulling a trailer with my car. And like, just doing the ones to and from Boston. And then when we moved from Boston to Virginia, like by the end of that, I had gotten so used to it that it didn't phase me as much. And then Bird and I started taking incredibly long drives, at least cross country drives. And somewhere along the way, I figured out all of like a lot of different little tricks to like what I call reload my consciousness. And the metaphor I used in the chat the other day is in the game's Area 51 or Time Crisis, where like light gun shooters, where you fire off the screen to reload. Like, you get like 6 bullets and then you fire off the screen and you get 6 bullets again, like that's how my attention span works, is that like I can be really focused on something. And then if I run out of ammunition for that thing, then it feels like I have to reload, and when it comes to driving, like there are lots of times that you don't need your full attention for like a second, like plenty of times that when you're driving, like you can see that there's nothing ahead of you and you understand your trajectory. And like I said, this is an extreme way of putting it, but you can literally fall asleep at the wheel for 1 second and be fine. You shouldn't be like tired like that. But like my point is that if you do dissociate for like a second and then you catch yourself and you're back in, there are times you can do that, and like the more you've driven, the more your brain starts finding those pockets. Like it just innately understands like where can I rest? Where do I really need to be active? And of course you have to make sure you have enough ammunition in your brain for the times you're going to have to be active. That's why I say don't drive when you're tired, but if you have like a pretty heavy stock of attention ammo, then as long as you're able to reload it, as long as you could take those couple of seconds to reload every once in a while. I wish Trixie was real. I am merely a figment of the back of your consciousness. Pusha says, sorry about the crisis, young one. I wouldn't have thought Bobby Pills would be like that. I guess it just, I mean, it just depends on who owns it, right? Let's find out. Who owns you? Crisis Jung. I guess this site will not have this information. It is from France. So it would be, where will I find information like this? It doesn't have a goddamn Wikipedia page. IMDb? Did I already look at IMDb? I did already look at IMDb. It didn't help. I don't know where I would find out who the fuck, I guess the actual show, right? Maybe. And make sure I'm not accidentally watching it because I know it's copyright. It doesn't mention having a being owned by any kind of company. Black Pills Studio. Okay, so it's probably this, right? It's probably Black Pills Studio that is the like above. Who actually filed the claim? That's also worth asking. Oh, please. This is what I can give. What else do you? Wild Bunch essay from me. Yeah, I might be sick or broken, torn to pieces. I mean, I don't even know. Well, okay, they have the distribution to the Red Turtle, so maybe they distribute into the void. It's probably they're the distributor, I guess. Maybe could just be a false claim. I have no idea. This is why it's such a fucking nightmare. Yeah. So let's hope Malice Doll. This looks like some fucking Shinbo. This looks very Shinbo. What the fuck is going on? This feels like if Akiyuki Shinbo and M. Strange had made a film together. Like if this dude had collaborated with Akiyuki Shinbo. Landon says, sorry, just came back. What you were reading on your Sliggoo says Pokemon toy, plush toy Pokemon fit, kanji on bottom means roughly swamp creature. Okay. It's a swamp. I'm a swamp creature. That's excellent. Oh my god. Oh my god, I want to tell Dochi about Sliggoo. I want to tell Dochi about how it's a swamp creature. I want to give a Sliggoo to Dochi to tell her it's a swamp creature. I am the liquor. A liquor. Okay, this is fucking... This probably looked fucking nuts on a CRT. There are no unbroken machines in this world. Cue the Kishern Sins opening. What the fuck? I feel like a lot of the time I'm just like, literally, what the fuck am I looking at? Like half the shots, I'm like, I can't, like, literally can't tell what the fuck I'm looking at. Like that, a carcass on a train track or something. Now I'm lost. You know, I'm in a tunnel, maybe. The fucking stoic ass expressions remind me of fucking Legend of Duo. For our sanity's sake. Look at that pretty motherfucker. Anyway, that's Legend of Duo, and that's what the stoic ass faces in this remind me of. It's weird that Legend of Duo is like actually aesthetically preferable to this, considering that it's one of the most fuck ugly anime I can fucking think of, but this is so much worse. How much money we made tonight so far? Probably like 30, 40? I don't know. We got a few $10 donations from No Man 8. I don't know. Like 40 or 50. I'm not sure. Have I watched SAO Abridged? I've watched a little bit of it once, and I actually was invited to help work on it at one point. Based on my SAO videos and the fact that I was trying to I had talked a lot about how I wanted to rewrite the show, and they were like, that's kind of what we're doing with our thing, is trying to imagine if it would be good. But I was so deep into my own ideas that I did not end up doing that team up, and then I didn't end up really doing anything with my idea either. So I probably should have joined them in their SAO writing. Oh, that was cool. The thing about this is that like it's trippy in ways that I want to like, but it's all shit that I have seen elsewhere just done better. And like some of it's after this, so it's not like I can say, "Oh, this was like it's only because of retrospect that like this would have influenced the things." But there's also plenty of stuff older than this that looks like this just reminds me of Angel's Egg, but it's so much uglier, you know, and like or like a Akiyuki Shinbo's work, but it's just not all the way there. And like it's interesting, it's neat, but not enough, you know? It's so fucking slow and like just the tone is like rough. The animation is also rough. You know, the design work is neat, but why is everything so underlit? Like, why is it so fucking dark? I guess again, I think a CRT would help. But what's going on here? This is the theme song? I like this. Yeah, the song's cool. But yeah, I don't think I can watch that show. That was kind of a fucking nightmare. All right, we had another request from Taperclip requesting Gaku Yamamoto One Sheep. It's an independent work. I know Gaku Yamamoto. He's great. I think I know this guy. Maybe not. This isn't the art style I was expecting. I know another independent animator with a similar name. This is not. I forgot I had this sped up. No, this is not who I was thinking of. Oops, why did I click that? Where does this go? Okay. Well, it does seem like they upload all this to all these platforms by themselves, probably not through a label or anything. Especially if they got a Google Drive link with all the stuff. I think we'll be safe. Japanese Afrobeat?
石でさならば自己ベスト聞こえないふりで ZZ いわばステップコートこんなもの知ったこっちゃない一人相撲人を出たいなデスペラードするわけないと自己嫌悪これはステップコートこんな方向こびりついた呪いのようだなままここは100匹で沈むのまた泥の船いつかやってくるのは3号さ打ち抜けたここからいい
I gotta say the drums really hit on this track. I really, really like the drums. Oh yikes! This sounds like shit. No, that's just Landon's tape. I for a second, Landon, I thought because I read that I was like, sounds like shit. Is my quality bad? But no, you just don't like the song. Because Landon only listens to incredibly sad music. But this has some schwang. Landon with $5 says everyone here is clearly a mealy A eater here. Now Gary and Mad Hatches come out and say it. If not, you're all lying. Mad Hatches says I don't eat ass. Landon says slander. Maddie says this is what Landon does to me. He does this to everyone. It's not just you. He does this to literally everyone. Actually, did anyone ever clip the Landon? Is there a clip somewhere of your call into the Dick Show? Of Of you bullying Dick Masterson about whether he eats ass. None of this is what I want. Oh, right. The Dick Show was taken off of YouTube. So it's probably, if there was a clip, it was probably on the YouTube channel. It's going to be impossible. I'll just have to go into the actual episode.
Not at all, but the Gigglers New Year's for a gun company, maybe? Explaining around the, it's like I think, or whatever.
Oh yeah,
come harder. It's really, am I being strict? Oh. One guy allegedly. Yeah, I was 2 days and was plants. I mean, he's side. This is from.
I have to say is,
there we go.
You're basically the Maddox in our 5-year fucking straight on rivalry on why you won't tell me that you eat ass, motherfucker.
Yeah, you super chat every show, asking people if they eat ass, right?
Yeah, I do, but I'm also friends with a lot of these people. Nick Ricada, I'm his personal, used to be his personal professional anime recommender. I've been on his show several times before he got nuked. Because of you, Dick, I met Doug TeNapel in person for a beer. I call into WATP when your ass is on. I'm all over the brown, buddy.
What is
comments I've been on? Friend of Trixie, the Golden Witch in real life. So.
Landon just texted me. There is, in fact, a clip on the Trixie Clipsy channel. Well, that was it right there. Hold on. Does Dick eat ass? Okay.
I eat ass. I eat ass. I eat ass. I'm eating ass. I would eat Hitomi Tanaka's ass.
Landon's been doing this bit for a solid 8 years, I think. And
ass, right?
I do. You on the fucking
What is
mic
your thing
finally.
with? What is your thing with eating ass?
What is your thing with not admitting it, motherfucker? Because I know you do.
I know. Why is that? What is it? Why is that your bit?
I ask, what is your favorite anime, and if you eat ass? You did on me when you just said, "Stop calling it a podcast, you motherfucker," and say, "I don't eat ass. Don't stop."
Yeah, stop asking me if I eat ass. I do not.
I was like,
okay.
I was like, just admit it, because I know you do. I know 80s girl, and I know your type.
How fucking dare you talk about my? I know your type. Don't talk about my wife or my sons ever again. What's my type? Ass eating?
It's not even that. That's the fucking.
Why is anybody out there eating ass? Don't do it. You're gonna get fucking hepatitis. Stop. You're not getting anything out of this.
Farted on and getting pink eye, buddy.
Yeah, okay.
Seriously,
At best, you're getting pink eye.
Dick, I have been listening to you for almost 10 years, and I fucking know your type, and I know you do it. It pisses me off that you won't admit it. Now I got
laziest lover in the fucking world. What makes you about me? Makes you think that I put in any effort into lovemaking at all?
I don't know why I like this bit.
That titty mustache you got, that fucking Mexican friend.
Why would I want a bunch of shit in my mustache eating ass?
Because they wanted to tickle them, bro. I know you like it when
I don't care what they want. What the fuck's the matter with you? Who are you, gay?
Is this what?
Who are you?
I'm not gay, but I know that you said
that.
Oh.
Are you reading the chat? Don't read the chat while you're talking to me.
Did he say something to that extent?
I would eat Hitomi Tanaka's ass. I can't even say it. I wouldn't. I wouldn't. I don't want to lie.
Right.
I don't want to put. I don't want to
What do
write
you mean
checks
by
that my
a
ass,
lazy
that her
lover?
ass can't. What do you mean? What do I mean by lazy lover? Imagine a
What I mean is,
life-size
you said you're a
pillow with a
lazy lover,
dildo.
so-
That's me in bed.
So you're just saying, just on a podcast, that you do eat ass, which I know you do.
No,
you
I
can't just say
don't.
that in a sentence. That's not lazy.
Did you eat ass once a long time ago, and now you're trying to get over it by getting everybody else to do it? What's the deal?
That's to be continued. That's none of your fucking business.
How's that to be continued?
Because that's none of your business. If I've eaten ass.
So yes. So you
My
obviously
ultimate
do.
goal is to make you admit that you do, because I fucking know you do.
No, I don't. I don't
know Sean's
I don't
not going to
think
admit
I ever
it,
have.
but I have more respect for Sean in the fact that
And you
he's
won't
honest.
ask.
But Dick, you aren't. Yeah, you aren't though. Because I know you do.
Okay.
Motherfucker.
Does Camelot? Is that what somebody's saying in chat? Camelot likes to eat ass? Oh, that dirty. You see these guys that are all ripped and muscular and they look good.
Yeah.
But then they go too far, like into that territory. or they're eating ass then.
Okay.
I don't know. That's just something I've noticed.
Or they fart on you and give you pink eye. You never know.
Stop
Great stuff,
asking me
dude.
if I'm eating ass. Stop asking me every fucking time. I'm not.
Dude,
Because
it's
people are
been
gonna
5
think I'm
years
eating
you
ass,
won't
and I'm
admit it.
not. I don't care
Because
if
you're a
people are.
resilient, weird motherfucker. I
It's
know
bad
your weird ass
behavior.
does.
No.
Bad
Yeah.
behavior.
Bad behavior, but I don't have anything wrong with it.
Sorry.
Stop eating my ass or I'll call the police.
Maybe have me on again and I'll change your mind someday.
No, because you're just gonna ask the same thing over and over.
No,
Now
he
the joke's
won't.
over, so now I don't have
Stop.
to do that.
All right, get out of here.
Or
People are
Dora.
talking about
Yeah,
ass
no.
eating too much. Go
Oh,
away.
no, also, you wanted to talk about no, not that.
I don't.
Landon was trying to recommend Dick Masterson watch fucking Toradora. I don't know if you're trolling or not. But yeah, I think we can all agree it's a top tier fucking bit. And he's been doing that for like a solid decade. Maddie says, I don't know how to deal with him at all. None of us do. You just have to you just have to be like, you know what? You exist in the world and you're going to do what you're going to do. And I just have to accept that and decide how I'm going to deal with it, you know? Yeah, Sarah says you let him wash over you like a golden shower. Exactly. It was so much colder outside of this room, by the way. Like I went out, I set a pot on the stove, by the way. So in like 5 minutes, please make sure I remember to get up. But I got up to do that, and it's so much colder outside the room that I was like, so I ran and got this sweater, and I'm still kind of like, you know, getting the warmth back. I guess it got warm in here because the computer been going and all that. But it's been a while since sunset now, and we're in the cold hours of the morning. I'm surprised Riley or Mint never showed up to here tonight so far. I mean, they still could, but I do plan to react to this Eric July video whenever they're around. But I don't want to do it without them here because it's kind of about them. Or either one. I don't need both of them to necessarily be here. As long as somebody from the ASE Presents camp is around, we'll be able to do that. Oh yeah, Landon, by the way, you son of a fucking bitch. You motherfucker. I said up and down that wrestling event is definitely copyrighted. And you were like, nuh-uh, they're not going to copyright you. What do you call this? Video can't be monetized, ad revenue paid to the claimant. Oh, what's that about? Shoko Nakajima versus Riho at AEW Dark. Oh, it's almost like AEW obviously was going, claimant is in fact All Elite Wrestling on behalf of All Elite Wrestling. Yeah, a huge fucking surprise there. I'm not going to bother cutting it out because there's already 20 other copyright claims. Oh, speaking of, it looks like we can remove another one. What else? We need to get rid of anxiety. Goodbye, anxiety. I love getting rid of anxiety, so this is fine. Anxiety's getting out my video tonight, you see. Okay. Anxiety. I unlocked my high register today before I started the stream. So I'm capable of singing in a higher register than I could last night. Last night, my voice was fucking ass. My voice was ass. Tonight, I practiced singing before I came in. Now I got to do Take on Me. Take on me. Take me on. I'll be gone in a day or two. How's that? Feel pretty good about that one. Maybe not the greatest take on me, but at the very least, an acceptable take on me. Give me another. I'm here. I'm here for all the challenges. I'm taking all comers tonight. What's something that's hard to sing and high pitched? I have my sing along playlist open here. If anybody wants to hear, I'll read you what's in my. These are the songs that I consider myself to be good at singing. And so I have, it's like 3 hours worth of songs, but we got Bohemian Rhapsody, Losing My Religion, Drive by Incubus, Sugar by System of a Down, The Way by Fastball, Holiday / Boulevard of Broken Dreams, Clint Eastwood, Faint by Linkin Park, Spit It Out by Slipknot, Helena by My Chemical Romance, Ohio is for Lovers, Dance Dance, Bug Eyes by Dredge, A Night on the Town by The Deer Hunter, The Hounds by The Proto-Men, Atomic Garden by Bad Religion, Wannabe Angel by Foxy Shazam, which I was singing when I opened the stream, Ask DNA by The Seatbelts, TV on 10 by The Uncluded, Surface Pressure from Encanto, Zetsubo Billy, the second opening theme of Death Note, Duvet, the Lane opening, Televators by the Mars Volta, 1001 Nights by Angel Electronics, Emergency Contact by Pierce the Veil. That's a pretty high-pitched fucking song. That's pretty fun to sing. Obviously, though, this is like a copyright problem, so I'm going to have it off in the distance until the parts where I'm singing.
Am I tapped into my high voice? Ooh, 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 ooh. There's no greater vengeance than learning to enjoy again. Hope you get the message. Nobody's shadow resistant.
Hide it back under the thing. Duvet, we could do duvet. Hot, oh yeah, good idea.
The soul is hiding how I feel.
Not boiling yet.
Leave me something or let me out. I'm starving. Push me, pull me, waiting for the start of things that I want. This happily ever after. You choke on your words, but you swallow them faster. I sleep on the couch while you're passed out in the back. Just want you to be my emergency contact. Balanced on a razor blade. Make you like a battery. Your speakers can't handle the bass, but you look good under the LEDs. Push me, pull me, waiting for the start of things that I want. This happily ever after. Choke on your words, but you swallow them faster. Asleep on the couch while you're passed out in the back. Want you to be my emergency contact. You're my angel. You're a fucking angel. You're my angel. You're my
starving. Push me, pull me, waiting for the start of things that I want this happily ever after. Choke on your words, but you swallow them faster. Asleep on the couch while you're passed out in the back. Just want you to be my emergency contact. Okay, I gotta go do the the water part. I clicked on this just because it looked kind of sick, and it sounds pretty fucking sick, actually. Like way more than I was expecting. Like I don't know if this is like a band or like who this is. All right, I'm very happy that fentanyl is literally one of the tags. That's hilarious. I'm happy to see that the influence of fentanyl is wow, they're like the character featured on the cover. My channel OC Apathy bears many similarities to Fentanyl's OC Token, and for good reason. Without Fentanyl and her musical talent, I likely wouldn't have been inspired to take music more seriously. One day I hope to turn this passion into a professional career. If you'd like to join us on this journey, we'd be forever grateful. Well, I would. Your music is sick. You are mentionable in the same breath as Fentanyl and Machine Girl and fucking Lust Sick Puppy, who I would really love to see like a show of like a Lust Sick Puppy and Fentanyl show would go fucking insane. The biggest problem with your singing is pitch accuracy. It's tough, you know. It's tough, especially because it's not always the most fun way to sing. It's the accurate way, you know. What's a song I think I can nail pretty hard on the pitch level? I also tend to not sing in a very restrained way. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Fuck it. Since you never give a damn in the first place, maybe it's time you had the tables turned. Cause of the interest of all involved, I got the problem solved. And the verdict is guilty. Man nearly killed me. Stepping where you fear to tread. Stop, drop, and roll. You were dead from the get-go, big mouth fucker. Stupid cocksucker. You scared of me now. Think you're dumber than I thought. Always is and never was. My foundation made of piss and vinegar. Step to me, I'll swing ya. Think I fear your bullshit. Just another dumb punk jumping at this tit. It's the really way to break through the noise. Was it something that I said that got you bent? You gotta be that way if you want it. Santa literal profanity hit me. Spat. Out. All you wanna do is drag me down. All I wanna do is stamp you out. Spat it out. All you wanna do is drag me down. All I wanna do is stamp you out. Anybody? Maybe it's the way you gotta spread a lot of rumor fire, keeping like your little spies of living when you realize. Step up, baby. I guess it's time to bury your ass with the chrome. Straight to the dome. You heard me right, bitch. I didn't stutter. And if you know what's good, just shut up and beg, brother backstab. You know who your diss is. Sideswipe. You know the ass yo kiss it. Biggity bitch boy, half boy, Hauser. Don't hear shit because it keeps getting louder. Come up, you get a face full of tactic, living off hard, going home in a basket. You got no pull, no power, no nothing, and now you start shit. Well, ain't that something? Payoffs don't protect, and you can hide if you want, but I'll find you coming up behind you. Spat. Out. All you wanna do is drag me down. All I wanna do is stamp you out. Oh yeah, y'all were telling me I should sing the. And you don't seem to understand. A shame you seemed an honest man. And all the fears you hold so dear will turn to whisper in your ear. And you know what they say will hurt you, and you know that it means so much, and you don't even feel a thing. I am falling, I am fading, I have lost it all, and you don't seem the lying kind. A shame that I can read your mind, and all the fears that I read there. Candlelit smile that we both share. And you know I don't mean to hurt you, but you know that it means so much, and you don't even feel a thing. I am falling, I am fading, I am drowning. Help me to breathe. I am hurting. I have lost it all. I am losing. Help me to breathe. Turlo Zap, I agree. This is a good idea. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah. I am falling, I am fading, I am drowning. Help me to breathe. I am hurting. I have lost it all. I am losing. Help me to breathe. I am falling, I am fading, I am drowning. Help me to breathe. I am hurting. I have lost it all. I am losing. Help me to breathe. Landon with $2 says, cover Mayonaka no door. I don't know if I know Mayonaka no door. Is that the... I don't know this. Whoa. Chill as fuck. Oh my god, that bass, that boop beep beady doo doo, that fucking rules. There it is. You know this song. Is this a song Bird listens to? Is this in a meme? Is this a meme song right now or something? 1979. 19 years old. That's a fucking powerful voice on a 19-year-old. Song's resurgence was that people were used to streaming music. The song was Miki Matsubaru's debut, but I felt she had already perfected it as a singer. I think I agree. Damn, that is such a cold fucking face. Oh my god, I love her. That fucking expression. She looks like she can see all the way through me to the back of the universe. Seriously, like, I don't know what this girl has been through, but she has the most haunted expression I've seen in some time. Like, that's just this is me most of the day. This is a hold on. I might need this image actually. It's pretty great. That's the face of dissociation if I've ever seen it. Just staring at forever. I love how many times they got her to do a little spin in her overalls also. The effects are crazy. If this was really 1979, like, I don't know when the video came out. The effects are fucking wild. Great song. Obviously worried about copyright, so I'm not gonna go too ham with it. I'll probably end up having to cut it out of the fucking whatever of the final thing. Stay with me. Me, stay with me, stay well. Stay when. Stay when. Stay when. Stay with. Stay with. Stay with. Please do, Sarah. Please do. Stay with. I could do that all day. So please don't let me do that all day. I think most people use a DAW for this. You can't make noises like that with a DAW. Landon, I don't live with my parents anymore. I moved out. That's why I can do this. When did I get so good at it? I do it all the time. long life of beatbox, and most people don't want to hear you do that shit, especially when you're not very good. But you know. Oh, yeah, you did all that. All right, I said I wanted a challenge. I legitimately don't think I can sing this song. I also already missed them. With darkness and silence through the night, what a thrill. I'm searching and I'll melt into you. What a fear in my heart, but you're so supreme. I'd give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else. Cry, it's the way I fly to you. I'm still in a dream, naked eye. It's really hard. Someday you'll go through the rain, and someday you'll feed on a tree frog. It's the will, a trial to survive. For the day we see no light, I give my life, not for honor. Fucking wait. Snake eater, in my time, there'll be no one else. Cry, it's the way I like to you. I'm still in a dream, naked eye. I'm still in a dream, naked eye. I can't. Oh, crushing blow to the ego of my singing voice for the night. I know there's like a part of my throat I can't quite access that would make it easier. What was the song? That was Snake Eater from Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. It's a theme song of Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. The tree frog line is because you eat tree frogs in that game. You do got to do that. I've been misplaced in so many ways. Broken battlegrounds, hiding veils of delicate deceit. But here I breathe. Teeth still clean from holy water, while millions of lambs migrate to the slaughter. My head in a bag, my hands are bound to my feet, and voices sing. Were we raised like common thieves, forced to serve the beast with the fleas, all because we never... There's no lyrics on the screen. I keep looking like I'm... What will I see tonight in these eyes? Nope. Can't do it. Can't hit that high note right now. What will I see tonight in these eyes? And what will I know when the morning comes? I could do it in that voice, but not in the power singing voice. See, sometimes it's like one voice I can hit a note, and then another voice I can't hit a note. No, I'm not in that voice either. Fuck that. 8 doobies to the face. No, we can't play any Top Dog. We cannot do it. I sang a bunch of these earlier tonight anyway, so. Ooh, am I in the range for this tonight? Happiness. I need more water. Where'd my water go? You ever have times where you keep looking for your water, not realizing it's not there? So it's just like minutes keep going by and you keep looking for it, but you keep not finding it because it is in fact not there. And then at some point you realize my water's not here. That's why I'm not finding it. Happiness, just a word to me, and it might have meant a thing or two if I'd have known the difference. Emptiness, a lonely parody, in my life another smoking gun, a sign of my indifference. Always keeping safe inside when no one ever had a chance to penetrate or break in. Let me tell you, some have tried, but I slammed the door so tight that they could never get in. Get my cool under lock and key, and I never shed a tear, another sign of my condition. The fear of love, a bit of vanity, that kept me on the run, the main events of my confession. I kept a chain upon my door that would shake the shame of Cain into a blind submission. The burning ghost without a name was still calling out the same, but I just wouldn't listen. The longer I'd stall, the further I'd crawl, the further I'd crawl, the harder I'd fall. I was crawling into the fire. The more that I saw, the further I'd fall, the further I'd fall, the lower I'd crawl. I kept falling into the fire. Oh, into the fire. Suddenly it occurred to me that the reason for the running high had totaled my existence. Everything left on the other side could never be much worse than this, but could I go the distance? I faced the door in all my shame, tearing off each piece of chain until they were broken. No matter how I tried, the other side was locked so tight, the door it wouldn't open. Oh, yeah, give it all I got. It started to knock, it shouted for someone to open that lock. I just gotta get through the door. Oh, the more that I knocked, the harder I got, the harder I got, the harder I knocked. I just gotta get through the door. Yeah, I gotta knock a little harder. I gotta knock a little harder. I gotta knock a little harder to break through the door. Yeah. Harder. Oh, harder. Try to get through the door. Baby. Harder. Gotta knock a little harder. Gotta knock a little harder. Gotta knock a little harder. Ooh. Break down the door. I love that song. That's from the Cowboy Bebop the movie soundtrack, I think. One of the Mayamane songs. IIRC.愛してたと嘆くにはあまりにも時を過ぎてしまったまだ心のほころびを愛しのまま風が吹いてる甘いなそれだけ誰がないと I fucked up the lyrics. The real fall blue 本当の悲しみが知りたいだけ泥の代わり使った人生の悪くはない一度君で終わるならブルルルルルルドゥルルルルドゥルドゥルルルルルOh, you're doing I'm nuclear, I'm wild, I'm breaking down inside a heart of broken glass, defiled to escape from the something child. That song is amazing, but it's also a total ripoff of Epitaph by King Crimson, which I'm at a high risk to play, but maybe there'll be a live version somewhere.
Confusion
Will be my epitaph, as I am broken down.
If we make it, we can all sit back and laugh. But I fear tomorrow I'll be crying. Yes, I fear tomorrow I'll be crying. Yes, I fear tomorrow I'll be crying.
Anyway, that's the 1 minute version of a 9-minute song. Who's this dead naming me in the chat? You are absolutely banned. I don't know if you thought you were being funny or cute. That ain't how we roll around here, and you ought to know better. Come on now. What you doing walking up in some kind of transgender person's fucking stream trying to dead name, asking to die? Somebody kill me, please. That's what you sound like. Death by cop. That's what that reads to me. I'd like to be banned. Oh, what's another King Crimson song? Of course. Down as we go through my eyes, but my eyes turn within, only see stars and we can't do that. We'll all die if we play this song. Elephant Talk. Hold on. I could probably do a acapella Elephant Talk. Talk? It's only talk. Arguments, agreements, advice, answers, articulate announcements. It's only talk. Talk! It's only talk. Babble, burble, banter, bicker, brouhaha, balderdash, ballyhoo. It's only talk. Back talk. Talk, it's only talk. Comments, cliches, commentary, controversy, chatter, chit-chat, conversation, contradiction, criticism. It's only talk. Cheat talk. Talk, it's only talk. Debates, discussions. These are words with a D this time. Dialogue, duologue, diatribe, dissension, declamation, double talk. Talk, it's all talk. Too much talk, small talk, talk that trash. Expressions, editorials, explanations, exclamations, exaggerations. It's all talk. Elephant talk. Elephant talk. Elephant talk. English has a lot of words. Yeah, they also made some up. Like Phelan Jinjit, which is just heat in the jungle mixed up. Quatari me Phelan Jinjit. Watari me heat in the jungle street. Great fucking song. Highly recommended. I love that album. You know, they named a whole boogie pop book after this album. They did. There's a whole duology, the Beats Discipline duology of books, named after the albums Beat and Discipline by King Crimson. Also, a lot of stuff in boogie pop is named after King Crimson stuff, like Nagi the Fire Witch. Kiri Minagi is literally the Fire Witch. Summon back the Fire Witch to the court of the Crimson King. Oh, that song, yeah. In fact, it's referenced right here. The nickname the Fire Witch from the court of the Crimson King. Yeah. Lemons. I love boogie pop. I love Kiri Minagi. I am also the Fire Witch. Gee, I wonder why. I wonder where I got it from. It's not like I stole every aspect of my identity from anime or something. Primus made a whole fucking career after that album. Yeah, exactly. They also have a cover of Thela Hungingeet. Boogity boogity bup, boogity boogity bup. Boogity boogity bup, boogity boogity. My name is Mud. Someone tell me what to do. I gotta piss, and I can't play any more King Crimson because I know I'll get copyrighted. I'll probably have to remove all the King Crimson I even played. They've always been known for copyright sticklerism. It's a blessing that their music is even on the internet because it took like 20 fucking years for Robert Fripp to get with the program and put their fucking music on the internet. And now they're like uploading all these ancient live shows and shit to their, like, if you're not subscribed to the King Crimson YouTube channel, they've been like archive dumping on here as of late. So they just keep posting like rare old fucking sets and shit, and the official video for Sleepless, I guess, which is not a song I had even really like heard. And then I clicked on it and I was like, oh shit, I should have listened to this album more. The one after Beat and Discipline, there's like a third one in the set, and I have never really listened to it very much because I didn't have it on a burned CD in the 2000s like I did the other two. But yeah, they wised up. They became modern. That's where I got that Starless performance from. Actually, that's not even the Starless performance I was just watching. That's a newer one, or a newer upload rather. Starless and Babel Black. Just put on this Kyoto video while I go to the bathroom.
In the most distant of human history's distant past, the whole of humanity had one language, one common. Wait, hang on a sec. Didn't I already do this intro? Yes, my mistake. Got my notes out of order. Hang on. Okay, Lupin the Third. Not content with revisiting one franchise I've covered in the past, now I return to another. But this one is a far more storied affair. We've already gone over the history of Lupin III and how it culminated in Hayao Miyazaki's first true directorial debut, The Castle of Cagliostro, a sprawling heist film of epic proportions built to be the final word on the character. We've also talked about the cinematic outing that came before, 1978's Mystery of Mamo. The exact opposite of Cagliostro, the goal of the film was to eschew the dashing romanticism that Miyazaki gave the character and return him to his manga roots as a comically seedy villain protagonist pitted up against a worse evil. Both are critically acclaimed outings with the characters, and figuring out which one is better all comes down to what you are looking for in your Lupin III journey. Do you want your Lupin to exist in this gritty comic book world with helicopter chases, clones of Hitler, and Henry Kissinger? You go with Mamo. If you want your Lupin to pull heist on evil aristocrats within lavish ornate castles nestled in the European countryside and maybe saving a girl in the end, you go with Cagliostro. The two Lupin movies released in the 70s gave the world each a type of Lupin that fans could latch onto. But that's the thing about the 70s. It eventually had to become the 80s. And that decade gave the world a brand new Lupin, and, as a result, a brand new type of Lupin movie. Start spreading the news. Lupin and the gang have arrived in New York City. But our favorite band of thieves aren't there to see the sights or party their asses off. That's just a bonus. But they are planning to locate the secrets behind the lost treasure of the ancient civilization of Babylon. A massive cache of gold to which clues to its location have been inscribed on fragments of a tablet that somehow turned up in the Big Apple.
なぜニューヨークの土の中でなければならんのだ。そこがほれ、この話の。 頓挙開けてびっくり玉手箱のところなんでないの。
Lupin is naturally not the only one seeking out this mysterious treasure. On one side, he has a young hotshot mafioso, Marciano. His father was one of the first to discover the tablets in the first place, so he believes that whatever treasure gets unearthed should rightfully be his property, and he's going to rub out any interlopers like Lupin by any means necessary.
ルパンもこれと同じのを何枚か集めてるのよ。バビロンの黄金のことも、あなたのパパのこともよく調べて知ってるのよ。もちろんあなたのことも。
殺してやる。手流せる。クソドルメ。
And on the other side of the law is our favorite sympathetic inspector antagonist, Zenigata, who's now taking a gaggle of contestants from the Miss IPOC beauty contest along for the ride. Beautiful women plus Lupin? Why, I feel like we've got a recipe for horny shenanigans afoot.
まあまあ、俺好みのグラマーちゃんがお揃いで、そっち行ってもいいかしらん。
Yes, come on.
And rounding out all the plot events is this mysterious old lady named Rosetta. While she might appear as your typical New York City bag lady, always drunk on an irresponsible amount of wine, she seems to know a lot more about the Babylon Gold than she lets on, and often appears out of nowhere to offer Lupin some cryptic advice. That is, when she's not trying to get in his pants.
ルパン、愛してるのよ。ギャギャギャギャー、ごめんなさい。愛って何？キスすること？そんだったら勘弁して。
Apparently, Lupin's not a granny shagger. 1985's Lupin III, The Legend of the Gold of Babylon, is one of the more divisive entries in the Lupin franchise from one of its most divisive eras. That's right, y'all. We're going to be talking about 80s Lupin, or to use the more historically accurate term, Pink Jacket Lupin. For a while, the Pink Jacket era of Lupin was a pariah among Lupin fans. We'll get into why in just a minute here, but you can...
Okay. I'm back. Y'all can watch the rest of that later. But for now, we need to find another thing to do. We need to get active. We need to get activated. We need to get our energies going. So far on this live stream, we've insisted that we protect this woman who defaced this Tesla dealership because she's clearly a highly lifted individual, and needs to be celebrated and protected by culture, American culture, United States American culture. So, you know, Aaron White from what the fuck was this place called? It was the outer fucking suburbs of Chicago, whatever the fuck that town was called. Wire the next scene of Kusomega? Did you mean to write right, Gary? Did you mean to say write the next scene of Kusomega? I don't know if I could do that in front of an audience. I don't think I could. You would affect me too much. Like having people watching me would affect what I think to write too much. For that story. There's other stories I could write with, you know, like an audience, but not that. What I have been working on, well, I say have been, but I did at one point in January start work on reconstructing, like literally just editing it, like, because it wasn't particularly edited, you know, so I started going back through and just tightening it up so it reads better. But I think I've made it to like here, like chapter yeah, you can see where it stops being like formatted the same way. So I guess I got up to It's a Fucking Dragon Quest slime, but just trying to make it more formatted and readable and just tighter so that when I eventually re-record it, how much written is Kusomega? It has 2 books and parts of a third. Let's see. You've got the Nutcheck preview was the last part. That was released, but I'm trying to figure out if yeah, this is all that's out. But I also did write a little bit. I wrote like half of a chapter past what has been released. Like and I was unsure how I wanted the chapter to ultimately play out. Basically I decided to take a certain reveal that I was going to save for later and push it further. Like I wasn't sure what I wanted to do next with the story, and I had this reveal that I knew would come later that I decided to front load, and then basically make the rest of the story be the consequences of that happening now instead of saving it for later. And then so I started writing a scene that would make this twist happen, but then I wasn't sure exactly how I wanted everything to be worded, and so I've held off on it. But I think I know how I want it to go now, at least vaguely, very vaguely. Here's a story I've been working on much more recently. Did I see your message, Mad Hattress? Which one? Where, on Discord, or doesn't look like it? If you mean in the chat, you said, I don't know any of these boys. This is not my world. I know the anime one's not the Cowboy Bebop one. I don't know what you mean by that. Anyway, I'm going to read this again faster. 8 cyclops that share one head, a pool full of unicyclists dead, wash cycle, the softener, lead. I'm revived, reincarnated, red. Thousands of times I've died, but only a handful of them stand out in my memory. The 1st through 4th times I remember because I wasn't used to dying yet. Maybe I could remember the 5th or 6th deaths if I strained to think about them, but the timeline got blurry after so many DMT trips. Every death was stupid. The first time a neon sign fell and crushed my head. I didn't realize that's what happened right away. It took a lot of investigation, actually. If I remember correctly, I died a 3rd time already before even discovering what had happened to me the first time, and I didn't figure out what happened the 2nd time until much later, but that story was a lot more memorable. The 2nd time, my mom and sister both shot me in the face simultaneously from wildly different positions, neither of them having any awareness that the other was planning to do the same thing at the same time whatsoever. So let's talk about my family history. 400 million years ago, what is now considered as the United States was mostly underwater. A civilization built on the bed of that shallow sea, what came by legend to be known as Atlantis, had been inhabited by a humanoid species besides Homo sapiens, which was fully adapted to life underwater. The evidence of their civilization was purposefully vaporized by the heat of volcanic magma. There were only a few survivors, the perpetrators of said eradication, from whom I descend. Cambridge Galileo Garrison was my great-great-great-grandfather to the power of 10. He got everyone's goat, staging the great draining of what became the U.S. Great Basin. We still don't know what he thought he stood to gain from betraying his species, only that his granddaughter recorded the sprawling manic fit encompassing his final years, spent shouting always about what could only be delusions. He consistently referenced an unfulfilled deal with some alien god. He was haunted with the realization that, declared over and over in so many different phrasings, the betrayer who trusts is the world's greatest fool. When she saw him sending mad, her feelings told her never that. She raised her family duly, in fact. She'd say, a snake must eat a rat. Shallow pool of infinite breadth, chill of my grandfather's final breath, narrow pit of endless depth, prophecy of my father's death. Ill portents abound when Papa Campo went about the town. He'd gonna get shitted and fuck it all up. Everyone could tell this at the sight of him. Brass balls swanging in the sun's reflection, he'd send 'em at you like a wrecking crane. Bow! Dee's done boggled ya, he'd bellow. Mean motherfucker, I'd heard him muttering in a mantra once. He needed everyone afraid of him, he thought, or else they'd come and take him out. We gave him space. Mom and I met for the first time when I was a preteen. The subject of my father did not come up, even though I spent much of our interaction wondering how it could. She did at least drop a sudden sorry over her shoulder on her way out. I've been stuck in here for a really long time, up in this place you call the mind. I'm looking for a way out. What if I just pull this lever and see what happens? Why would you keep a box of starving, crazed weasels? She really asked that. 6 minutes into Albuquerque, she asked me why the donut shop guy would have a box of weasels for Weird Al to buy. You did say your girl was autistic. Oh, it's adorable. You should have seen how pink her face got when it clicked that the song's not literally autobiographical. All the confusion that she'd been, I guess, pretending not to feel the whole time just came like crashing into her face. Legit, like it might have been the most epic self-own of cringe I've ever seen. I couldn't stop smiling. I think you might be a sociopath. I think you need to stop learning how to socialize from Instagram. I just want to see the big titty goths. It's not my fault that all they talk about is how much their brains don't work. We scramble once more to recollect, reconnect. What's missing? Who's upset? Adrift, adrift, a drift, drift away, away I drift, away I drift. Welcome home. Hello, Apollo. Where should I begin? I never felt like I knew what was going on. I realized eventually I never would. It's always going to be this swirling thing, keeping time, or trying. I'm a little bit more like a paste than like a person. Crash over everything, what only dawn can bring. Flood sun. God, I'm fucking difficult to deal with. Sexy God, though. I bought sea crops from a sea thought. The dumbest and most painful way that I ever killed myself was just by holding my head in a vat of acid for over an hour so that I could determine how similar my emotional state really was to the feeling of having your brain completely dissolve. Not that much, actually. And there you go. That's how far I've gotten into this. I'm glad you like it, Gary. Thank you. I like it too. I've just written this in fits and spurts over the last couple months. But yeah, obviously it's about a guy who's died so many times and had so many DMT trips that his brain's just totally dissolved. Guy, girl, I don't know. I haven't decided what the main character is actually, but you know. So when I left the room earlier, I didn't feel like washing a bowl, so I filled a cup with this. I've also got this tiny little spoon. It's like we made. It's a bit of what we've got, you know, a bit of everything that we had left, because tomorrow we'll both have more money to go buy food. But this is rice, bacon, garbanzo beans, onions, bell peppers, tomatoes, and a whole lot of seasonings. It's definitely over seasoned. Bird loves salt. Bird will put so much fucking salt. Also has like a little too much MSG, but it's not bad. Am I writing the next Ulysses? I don't know. I don't think I could actually finish Ulysses myself. It'd be a little hard for me. As like weird and dissociated as that story is, it's still not that difficult to read, you know, like it still makes within each paragraph it makes sense, if that you know, like as opposed to, it's not like Only Revolutions, which is a book that I don't have it nearby or else I would read you some of it, but Only Revolutions is fucking incomprehensible, like unless you really think about it. What happened to Sunops? I fucking wanted to get my buddy John to do the voice of one of the characters, and then every time he's been around, we've not gotten around to it. But I want to be able to put more into it. Like Sunops to me makes the most sense to have like character art, and I want to be able to like pay someone to make the character art and to have somebody who I will, because who was it? There was somebody I suggested. It was either Victor. Maybe it was Victor that I was like, I wanted him to play a character in it. And he was like, but you see, even if you have me play a minor character, if that character ever comes back, I'm going to have to be called in for this again. And I don't want to ever have to be like beholden to it. And I was like, okay, fine, you know, but in that vein, like, I don't want to hire an artist who's going to get sick of it, you know, if I keep writing the story and they have to keep making designs or like, you know, I'd want somebody who is passionate about the project with me, but I feel like it needs a visual presentation to really live up to itself. And voices. I have a few stories that like I would like to have adapted into. I should probably just try writing like radio shit instead of trying to write anything narrative, you know? I really have been trying not to spoil this book that I started writing in 2001, but maybe if I do spoil it, it'll encourage me to finish it. Or not, who knows? This is like my favorite book that I've written any of. I'll at least read you the prologue. Good People, a novel by Beatrice Derasine, dedicated to everyone I've ever done a show with. Some of you might be good people. Prologue, Mansley and Magoo go golfing. Mansley and Magoo, a pair of frumpy-looking middle-aged businessmen, stand silently on a golf course green. The older-looking and fatter of the two, Magoo, is over the tee, clutching a ball, eyes closed, and carefully inhaling the early autumn air. After a beat, Mansley, gloved hands propping him against a club between his legs, breaks the silence from the sideline. Gloved hands propping him against a club. I don't like the phrasing of that. I'll have to change that. What do you think about all day, sir? He asks from beneath his country club labeled cap. I don't have time to think, Mansley, Magoo bellows in his always commanding large voice, not breaking his gaze over the green. I react to what's in front of me. Even when you're on the green? Mansley asks. I come out here to enjoy the silence, Mansley, if you might be so kind. Magoo's tone is slightly ironic, but stern enough to cut. Mansley nods, expression neutral, and motions to zip his mouth. Magoo adjusts his pants, fingers just barely reaching the seams of his planetoid rump, and readies to tee off. This game is about control, Mansley. Down to the deepest detail. You have to make the thing go where it has to go. It's all about the need for control. He grips his club with emphasis on control each time, and then, after glaring at the ball for something like an entire 17 seconds, chops it through the atmosphere. He strains his eyes to follow its trajectory as solemnity falls over his expression. And reminding yourself how little you have, he then adds with a flat bravado, only barely hinting at the evident defeat in the sound of his pitch. Mansley smirks. I can hear that look on your face, Mansley, Magoo spits. People who enjoy schadenfreude are just admitting they see themselves as less than the people who try, whether they're succeeding or failing. Mansley weakly smiles and has a warm exasperation in his response. I'd laugh if I'd hit that badly myself, sir. Yes, well, it so happens I only golf with you because you're just as bad, yet spend way more of your time and proportionally your money playing it. If you played a decent game, I might not feel so morally superior, but we both know you won't. Mansley shoots Magoo an unseen side-eyed glance before responding. So when I golf badly, it's low-life behavior because I'm broke and play 3 times a week. But for you, it's just as effortless as going outside for a walk to play this badly, so it's okay. How do you do that thing where you take what I just said, change all the words, and say the same damn thing? Okay, boss. Mansley gets into the driver's seat of the golf cart while Magoo slumps over the back row, golf bag nestled between his legs, and they drive off in silence to find their balls. Did I say 2001? I meant 2021. All right, I'll keep reading this. Chapter 1, D's Nugs, episode 148, Ruined Childhoods. It's a hard nug life for us. It's a hard nug life for us. Nug. Nuggaroo. Look, you either nug up or shut up. Nuggin to see here. Can I get a nug? You're not going to sweep this under the nug. I've just had something nugging at my brain all day. Here goes nuggin. A groovy hip-hop drum loop crashes through Amamiya Salome's headphones before bombastic horns blast off her podcast intro theme. She draws in as much breath as she can, and beneath her wispy golden hair and the gigantic round purple sunglasses encompassing most of her face above her dainty nose, her gorgeously thin-lipped and full-mouthed smile wickedly sweeps across her tan-skinned face. She is gearing up to be as embarrassing as possible into the microphone in front of her, which is hanging from an extendable arm screwed into a waist-high table. How's the lunch, Nugheads. It's D's Nugs. We got the Nugs and we got the Nugs. That's both Nugs on D's Nugs. You feel me? No? Rolla, what the hell am I talking about? Do you know? Sal turns to her right. I have no idea, her co-host responds. With curly black hair tied up in a ponytail and brown skin, she is gorgeous and petite. She has a cutting deadpan look in her carefully lined emerald green eyes and a dry tone of voice which belies the wry smirk she wears at all times. Come on, Sal begs while gesturing wildly for the camera stationed just over her companion's shoulder. Rolla Park exaggeratedly sighs, a well-practiced role she's performed in the podcast intro for the past 147 episodes, and fills us in on what this show is about. Well, you see, my good friend and excellent podcast host, Gal Pal Sal, this is not only a podcast about smoking nuggets of marijuana out of this glass bowl we've got here. Shout out to our sponsor, Cereal Bowls, for sending us this killer little Skull and Flames clusterfuck. Sal picks up a 5-inch glass piece from the table, absolutely smothered in detail paintings of purple skulls and green flames. It smokes like a dream, and so does their blue dream, baby. Rolla curls an eyebrow at the basically shouting Sal and comically turns her lips to the side, making a little hand gesture to suggest she tone it down. Sal winks and sticks her tongue out in response, lowering maybe a decibel as she moves into the rest of her ad read. Watching the two ladies from across the table out of the frame of the cameras broadcasting them live to an online podcast video feed, Carla Pratz, aka producer Candy Carla, also monitors the show's live chat on her laptop. As always, it centers on speculation about the relationship of the two hosts based on their nonverbal cues, each of which has been brainstormed between the three ladies earlier that morning in their game plan meeting. Now we have the chat. Gay for Pay 2020. Lam Yukna Tel Ro is getting sick of her shit. Hot sodium chloride. They're defiantly still fucking. Fargon Whisper. Rolla is so mean. I wish Sal would make her own show. This is my username. I'm pretty sure they're just in character, kids. Spider-Man ate my kids. I bet Ro is familiar with that tongue. Innocent Exodus. Except that at this point, the audience is mostly younglings. Fat Ass Assassin. Marry me, Ro. Nug Life. I'm just here for the nugs. But of course, it wouldn't be these nugs if there weren't only these nugs. Rolla, why don't you go ahead and tell these nugheads about the other nugs we're enjoying today? Sal picks up a soft drink from the table with a Bendy's logo on it and starts very slowly sipping as her co-host continues. Today's chicken nugget sponsor is once again your favorite, my absolute favorite. You know exactly what's coming, everyone, if you've seen even a handful of episodes of our show. I'm talking, of course. Rolla takes a grip of a small chicken nugget box and holds it by her head as she stares as straight-faced as she can into the camera and finishes, about the Bendy's Nugs. Carla quickly opens up the broadcasting software and switches the screen array so that instead of showing both girls in a split-screen camera arrangement, Rolla's camera takes up the whole screen, just as she adjusts herself a little, leans in, and starts to seem really serious. Fat Ass Assassin. Here it comes! Fargon Whisper. This is why Ro is my favorite. She is so passionate about the nugs. Crap is nonsense. It's an ad read. Calm down. Nug Life. Unironically best part of the show. This is my username. Seriously, Fargon, are you 12? Innocent Exodus. You scare away the younglings. You scare away the brands. You scare away the girls, New Guard. Hot sodium chloride. I want to be those nugs. Real Ro fan. Muting chat for this. Salisbury Steakums. Well, time to go watch porn till Sal's back. Spider-Man ate my kids. This isn't porn? H.E. the Mule banned Spider-Man ate my kids for 5 minutes. Gay for Pay 2020 lock. People, you know I mean this. You've seen me try those. Ugh. Rolla clutches her head and winces dramatically as though physically pained by the memory of this company's nugs. God, what were they even called? I blocked them out. Producer Carla switches the camera so only Sal is on screen. Her blinding white smile barely expresses the disappointment she forces into her voice over the product on trial. Oh, yes, you are thinking of those gardenia things. Yeah, but not good. Salisbury Snakeums. Oh, snap. Fat Ass Assassin. What the fuck, Candy? How could you? This is my username, so the sponsor can cut this part out but still take their GD pot shot. Salisbury Steakums. I can sleep happy tonight. I actually thought she might not say it. So hot sodium chloride. Mommy back. Real Ro fan. Ew. H the Mule banned hot sodium chloride for 5 minutes. Carla cuts back to Rolla. Whatever they were, it doesn't matter, because tonight we have my absolute favorite sponsored product which we've ever received on D's Nugs, and that's with sincere apologies to all brands that sponsor our show. But the reason we have Bendy's as a sponsor consistently is that they have the best chicken nuggets that you can take home and reheat in the microwave, and I promise you that they are just as good when coming out of the deep fryer, or you can air fry them, whatever. I don't have the time. They're absolutely delicious microwaved anyways. They're good even without sauce, in my opinion. But when I have to pick, I always use the special sauce, and Sal uses the spicy, which tastes amazing, but is actually spicy. So I stick with the more mild barbecue sauce when I want that little bit of spicy on my nugs. Okay, I'm seriously done geeking out about these nugs for the billionth time, but that's what we do here on D's Nugs. Sometimes we geek. Dab. Sal punctuates Rola's rant off screen before Carla resets the screen to display both of the girls facing one another at quarter angles once again. Salisbury Steakums, lol the dab, XD. Fargon whisper, that was a very good rant, Ro. Fat ass assassin, sometimes we geek. She said it, I'm a nut. H of the Mule banned Fat ass assassin for 5 minutes. H of the Mule, way too many pervs in here since that KTA article. Sorry, Nugs. Real Ro fan, she had to dab, sign. Innocent Exodus, please don't call us Nugs. It's dangerously close to being problematic. This is my username. I'm just constantly impressed she could summon the energy to act that excited about those goddamn Bendy's Nugs, which aren't even as good as McDonald's. Seriously, brands? Also raffle problematic. H the Mule, it's even closer when you write it like that. Gay for Pay 2020. Come on now. They call us Nugheads for a reason, HE. Nug Life. I identify as a Nug. Innocent Exodus. Why is HE still mod? Why isn't Nug Life banned? This is my username, because if you were mod, you would ban people who shit talk the brands. Innocent Exodus, you don't know what I would do. Real Ro fan, I can mod if you need more. I'm here every stream. Age of the Mule, I mod because I've been here from day one and met them in person. I know how they actually are and what they would think isn't cool in chat. This is my username. Hey guys, AHE is Sal's best friend. He shook her hand at VidCon one year and runs her shitty YouTube chat full of kids and spurgs. Age of the Mule banned. This is my username for 5 minutes. Age of the Mule. That word is banned site-wide, by the way. Why the fuck does that, what does that mean when you're here? Innocent Exodus. It is true that, though, that all the edgelords and younglings keep people from wanting to post in the chat. Innocent Exodus. Duh. Age of the Mule. Not my fault. Share the show with more people. Start by making friends. Innocent Exodus, you first. Real Ro fan. Can we please talk about the show? Salisbury Steakums. I mean, they're just eating nugs, so... Sal and Rolla proceed on camera to eat their 4-piece chicken nugget meals with dipping sauces, eating close to the microphones and making exaggerated sounds of appreciation at the taste of the nugs. They slurp Coke Zero from their Bendy's cups to wash the nugs down, and then take turns loading small nuggets of marijuana flower into their little glass piece and carefully smoking them, trying not to cough and blowing the smoke into handheld filtration devices. Once the smoking session is done, they then brush themselves off, clear their throats, and mock a need to regain composure before continuing with the podcast, all of which Carla will later edit out of the audio release, which is to hit streaming platforms the next morning. Only the people who pay at least $25 a month to the D's Nugs Patreon can access their live video feeds on the day the podcast is recorded and actually watch these ladies consume those nugs. Now that we've sated our need for nugs, shall we sate our need for news? Sal begs, eyebrows raised in excitement just over her huge sunglasses. That depends on what you consider news, but I'm ready to hear about some weird nonsense, Rolla sings with sarcasm. As the professional podcasters settle into the groove of their well-practiced routine, Carla reclines in her chair, content that the stream is running healthily and turning her attention off of the obnoxious chat and onto her friend's show. Our first story tonight comes from an unbelievably gorgeous TikTok model named Holiday Corinne, whom I met with personally, as she is local to Oklahoma City, to confirm the validity and get all the details on this story, which she did not want to come on here to talk about personally because she's still too shocked by the chain of events. This is actually some pretty heavy stuff, folks, but she wanted us to at least share her story so that nothing like this might happen to you, because you listened to the warning that Holiday left us with to deliver unto you here on today's show, and we all hope that she's doing okay right now. I know she's been on Twitter, but she's not showing her face at all right now, so we're all going to send support her way. I've heard the details of the story beforehand, and I think it's only fair that we issue a warning that there will be one of the weirdest descriptions of what I still think clearly falls under the designation of sexual assault and an absolute betrayal of trust, which I couldn't imagine finding myself on the other end of personally, because the guy we're talking about here is an absolutely disgusting human being, and I feel incredibly sorry for Holiday that she found herself involved with this person for any period of time in any capacity. Sal and Rola's particular speaking cadences and the way they structure their lead-ins to stories are so familiar to Carla after 3 years as their podcast producer and editor that in spite of their lofty insistence on the story's shocking nature, her mind is already wandering into her own business as she softly maintains attention. All right, so statistically speaking, roughly a third of you listening now have adopted some kind of AR/VR headset, allowing you to see the regular world in full awareness as you normally would, while also seeing virtual elements superimposed onto your environment as though they were real. But that's within the regulations to keep the designs distinctly unrealistic in all AR games, which is still a controversial ruling for many reasons we've discussed on previous episodes of the show. The reason we filmed this show on a green screen for our $25+ a month Patreon backers, I remind you, is that if you flip on the chroma switch that's on most AR/VR headsets, and then set us in picture will be this little set of talking heads that sits on the bottom of your HUD and sells you nugs. Anyways, I'm sure we'll plug Sony AR again on another episode, and our affiliate link is still in the show links, but that's just the groundwork for today's story that I had to get out of the way. This is funny because I wrote this in 2021 thinking AR/VR would have progressed this far by 2024, but welcome, welcome to 2024, people. That's not a slight on anyone who can't afford AR/VR, by the way. It's admittedly still kind of expensive for most people. Well, if you're one of those people who also might not be able to afford the premium membership on our streaming service, which I have to thank everyone who does pay for because we get an additional cut of your membership as compared to regular viewers, then you might have seen the ads which come up all the time on our videos for that new Compumon AR/VR game that just came out. That's the one where you get to raise your own little AR/VR Compumon from baby to adulthood and have it battle other people's Compumon, right? I always did like that show more than Satchamon. It always had an interesting story with some really dark themes for a kid's show. Yeah, well, I don't think you like Compumon anywhere near as much as the guy whom Holiday Corinne had just started seeing about a week before she came home. Okay, I can't get ahead of myself, and I need to make sure I'm ready to describe what she told me. Stop. I don't think we're ever going to be ready to talk about this. I still hope they'll be willing to advertise with us after this story. Well, you can't say that anyone in this story is unenthusiastic about Compumon. Jesus, well, you're obviously more than ready to talk about this. Okay, I might actually be chomping at the bit to talk about this because it's the craziest story I've heard in months, and it's already getting talked about everywhere, so there's no avoiding it for the people making the game. All right, I'll stop interrupting you with my geeking about Compumon, which I'm going to pretend that I'm not blocking out of my mind for possibly ever. So, it turns out that you and Holiday Corinne have something in common because she told me that she also grew up loving Compumon, particularly the 3rd season, if that means anything to you as a fan of the show. It does. Cool. Anyway, she's been playing the game since it came out and had raised her Gulamon all the way into an Arumon and spent hours of her days off just laying around and feeding snacks to her Arumon because her new boyfriend enjoyed just sitting around in their AR/VR headsets and watching her feed her Arumon. He insisted that he didn't know anything about Compumon until meeting her and purely enjoyed watching the way that she would giggle incessantly every single time that the creature ate virtual fruit from her hands. That's like the biggest red flag to me in this is I've never heard a guy even willing to listen to a girl talk about her AR/VR pets unless he's a diehard fan of whatever series they come from. I thought the same thing, and Holiday said she thought it was weird, but she didn't mind because she thought he was just kind of awkward and wanted an excuse to hang out in her bedroom without being courageous enough to ask for sex. Unfortunately, all of her assumptions went flying out the window when she let her then boyfriend stay at her apartment one day while she went to work and came home earlier than expected to find him bare-ass naked, AR/VR headset on, which of course Holiday was also wearing, putting his erect penis into the... How do I even describe this accurately? The airspace where the virtual creature is supposedly occupying? From her perspective, his lips and cock are overlapping into the 3D model. I have to say, as someone who grew up with a mom that does 3D modeling, I knew stuff like this was going to happen as soon as I saw AR/VR technology getting better, but I really didn't expect the first story I heard of a guy cheating with an AR model would be a goddamn Arumon. Roller, did you ever have any... Stop. Cell starts laughing at Rola's steadfast protest before she can make herself complete her statement. Have any... Stop. Sexual fantasies about Arumon when you were a fan of Compumon? Stop it. Stop it. No, no, no. My childhood... Anyway, as sick and depraved as this person turned out to be, and obviously Holiday immediately screamed, called the police, and dumped his disgusting ass, what's even more interesting is that the legal debate which has sprung around this case about what exactly the ex-boyfriend can be accused of and whether that includes having committed sexual assault on the Aruman. Okay, so that's where I think this conversation gets interesting, because my first thought was like, surely Holiday is the victim here legally and not the 3D object. But I guess it wouldn't be sexual assault then, would it? There's got to be some kind of obscenity law or something about basically masturbating in someone's house while they're away, right? There must be precedent for that. Well, there is, but when I thought about it a little more after you told me Holiday's story, this creature actually has a form of basic AI. It sort of learns your behavioral patterns, and the program has the creature appear when it knows you have time to take care of it. So it's kind of like having a really convenient baby. Holiday certainly seemed to be closer to her Aruman than she ever was to this psychopath, and she was completely and understandably traumatized to see her virtual child essentially being assaulted by this strange man. I gotta say, when I was little, there was this game called Nintendogs, and I'll tell you, if I saw some motherfucker with his dick all up in one of my Nintendogs, I would not let that motherfucker leave my house with all of his parts intact. I got weapons, bitch! And I've got my usual reminder that if you're serious about defending yourself, owning weapons should be secondary to learning something practical like judo. Ew, but then you have to touch the guy. I just want to shoot him in the nugs. Can we possibly talk about anything else so I can get these images out of my mind? Absolutely. And once again, a huge thank you to Holiday Corinne, and we'd be happy to have you on the show anytime you're ready to talk about literally whatever you want. In other news, Rolla, you don't listen to any hip-hop or follow that culture, do you? Let's keep going. This is hilarious. Okay. That depends on what you mean by hip-hop. Like, if we're talking about someone who can actually rap, like Nicki Minaj, that's one thing. But if we're talking about some goddamn Sissy Baka or something... Okay, stop hating before you get me in trouble. Maybe you're aware that the hip-hop world has been mourning the death of 17-year-old drip hole artist... Drip hole? I just made up a genre called drip hole. 17-year-old drip hole artist Lil Top Bunk after he was caught in the crossfire of a completely unrelated police shooting. Obviously, I know about that shooting, considering that the protests which happened across the country in response were heavily reported on the news for the next few days. I'm glad that's your response, Rolla, because the mainstream news hasn't been so eager to report on the reason those protests have suddenly ceased. Lil Top Bunk suddenly appeared alive in the middle of Atlanta's Little Five Points district in front of 3 huge vans full of speakers and put on an impromptu concert yesterday, which sparked a riot that resulted in 53 injuries and potentially millions in property damage, none of which was talked about on TV because the mainstream media doesn't want to admit that we all were thoroughly duped by this teenage troll. Rolla, you have gone from looking stunned to upset to annoyed. Will you please tell me how you are feeling? For starters, let me remind everyone that none of this diminishes the seriousness of the problem our country faces with police brutality, nor our solidarity with everyone who has been affected by the slew of police shootings that have occurred in recent years. But, okay, first of all, how the hell did this little asshole trick us all into thinking he got killed? Turns out the entire thing was an AR-VR stunt because the supposed shooting had taken place in downtown Atlanta just outside of the SCAD School of the Arts, where 25 students who were leaving that day not only had on AR-VR headsets, but also had downloaded Lil Top Bunk's latest album, which secretly contained an instantly disappearing hidden file, which installed the shooting event directly into their headsets. Because all these students used their headsets to constantly record everything they do, they thought they were all capturing this heinous violence on film. But aside from the real-life medical vehicles which the crew behind this event hired onto the scene, almost all of what we've so infamously seen of this police shooting on the news was 100% 3D animated for AR-VR. The few on-scene witnesses who hadn't been wearing AR-VR headsets were reinterrogated after this information came out and admitted that they had just gone along with what everyone else had said that they saw because they figured it must have been true. Rolla, what say you to all this now? Well, I do know there's a lot of precedent for people just going along with whatever everyone else says they saw, so that part doesn't surprise me. would be commending how convincing this prank was were it not only in such obvious poor taste, but also because they surely could have imagined that this was going to cause a public uproar. And who's going to be held responsible for this? Is Lil Top Bunk or his crew or anyone going to be reported on this facing consequences at all? Slow down there. We reported on this just last episode, and for that we apologize. And we will be even more careful in our journalistic due diligence from now on. That said, the Lil Top Bunk camp is currently claiming that everyone who witnessed the event had willingly downloaded the album without investigating it for suspicious files, and claims that the fact that it only appeared to AR/VR users who happened to be at the place where the event transpired, and it should have been obvious that it was a staged art piece immediately, and are claiming that it is protected under free speech. This has absolutely nothing to do with any legal argument to be made in the court appearance, whose date we are still awaiting. All right, well, I'm pretty sure this falls under some kind of terrorism laws or something that they can be accused of. But aside from that, I mean, what about his family or all the people who thought he was dead for a week? I remember his mama losing her gourd crying on TV the other day. When asked about the whole debacle, Lil Top Bunk's mother said, "Of course I was pissed as hell and I slapped his sorry ass upside the head the second I saw his dumbass face, but at the same time, his record made so much money when everyone thought he was dead. If his crew reinvest that money wisely, it could very well put our family on for the rest of our lives." So I'm not even sure what to feel now. Okay, that's nice for her family, but her son should still be giving that money to hospital fees and business owners for at least the premium on their insurance policies. And what about, wasn't there like a 19-year-old kid who got so depressed over Lil Top Bunk's supposed death that he accidentally killed himself on like 46 Xanax? So when asked about that, Lil Top Bunk had this to say to Justin Hunt. Oh my God, I put Justin Hunt in this story. Justin Hunt yesterday, and I'm paraphrasing slightly. I mean, I feel bad for that dude, for sure, but at the same time, like, he was older than I am, and, like, I couldn't believe someone took more Xannies than I do, man. Like, for real, I'm about to slow down with that stuff for a little bit, too, after seeing that. Like, man, but I appreciate someone cared about me that much that it made them feel like they needed that or whatever, I guess. Look, okay, fine. I can accept that the 17-year-old kid maybe isn't the one to be mad at here, but someone on this team had to have some idea what was going on here. I mean, how many 3D animators did they have working on this thing? Hip-hop historians and Sakuga enthusiasts have been begging for a list of credits, but... I'm sorry, that's the realest fucking sentence in the whole thing so far. Hip-hop historians and Sakuga enthusiasts have been begging for a list of credits, but nothing has come out of the Lil Top Bunk camp yet. Probably because of, legal reasons. Okay, kids, please just don't get yourself involved in ridiculous political pranks that could potentially get people hurt just to make a quick buck. And shame on whoever produced this whole stunt. You knew what you were doing, and you should at least be held accountable if no one else. Well, a responsible take is probably better for the show, so we'll go with yours. I literally don't even want to know how you feel about this, Sal. I don't need another weird article getting written about us. I agree. Shall we move on from this hot-button political issue and bring in today's caller? The hosts receive a nod and a thumbs up from Carla, indicating that she has confirmed the caller's presence and audio quality through her own headset and is ready to shift the screen arrangement so the caller's webcam will occupy its lower half. Yes, okay. Oh, wait, who's speaking here? Rolla? It's probably Rolla. Yes, okay. Today's guest is someone I'm really excited to speak with. She started her career on YouTube as part of the thrash comedy group, like Smosh, and found herself acting in a feature film, 2023's Find the Farmer, in a stunning role as titular character Felicity Farmer, right before taking a sudden turn away from the public spotlight for 6 months to write a novel. This unexpected product of her reemergence, which I'm holding right now, called Devil Don't Dance Down South No More, arrived on my doorstep 3 nights ago, and I tore through it in about 2 afternoons. I loved this book. So I'm very happy to be inviting Desiree De La Salle onto the show today. Thank you for being with us, Desiree. Wait, didn't I say your name was... No, never mind. That was the name of the character she played. Okay. I'm very happy to be here. I've actually listened to quite a few episodes of your show, and I really enjoy the whole chemistry you've got going between the two of you. Oh, thanks. We've probably got plenty of reasons to be embarrassed by what you know about us, if that's the case. No, you guys are great. I honestly appreciate how much work clearly goes into the show from all three of you. Sal, Rolla, and Carla, hello properly to all three of you. Hello, I think, no, this must be.
Hello, Desiree. We spoke briefly when we arranged this call. I haven't quite finished your book, but I've been completely fascinated by everything that happened, so I'm excited about this too.
Okay, before we talk about any aspect of the plot, because I do highly recommend this book and do not want to spoil anything, but still want people to get interested in what it's about, and especially given just how bizarre and vivid the world of the story actually is, I have to ask you first, just what inspired you to create a story like this in the first place? All right, well, so I come from a pretty, we'll just call it a rough part of Dallas, Texas, and a lot of what I saw there just felt like it came out of a cyberpunk story. And I remember back in 2016 playing that game Watch Dogs 2 and just thinking there really needs to be a cyberpunk story that's, set in Dallas. Because just like San Francisco, it's a city that has this rapid and intense disparity between the ever-spreading gentrification and the excited yuppies from like California and wherever who want to run out to Texas. And then like the poor areas are just getting more dense and more hot and more dangerous. And these people, a lot of them are from LA, so they're just like used to shit being dangerous, I guess. But I don't know. It's different. Stuff just gets more ridiculous every year. So that's what I wanted to capture, is this ever-escalating insanity of my environment.
There's a lot of focus on drug use as a means of altering people, sometimes in empowering, but especially in disempowering ways, and as a means of control, at least in the amount of the book that I've read so far. Was that a major part of your environment then?
Oh, absolutely. That was every day, bro. Where I come from, basically, you was either doing meth to cope with the fact that you hate school or your daddy beats you, or to cope with the fact that your parents were stuck on meth. Like, I feel blessed that I could throw myself into my talents and maybe just hit some of them nugs y'all love on this show to help with my anxiety and all. But when you ain't got shit, it's a relatively cheap way to just like feel good enough for a while that you maybe feel like you can survive a little more shittiness so you can get back to that feeling again. I ain't gonna act like I never been closer to going down that road neither, but it's really just no way to live and not even a way to be, really. I honestly feel bad for how much weed I smoke sometimes, but when you seen like your own family scrapping with motherfuckers in the street and getting shot in the leg over trying to shake down drug dealers for meth and shit, you just think like, this thing will completely take control of your life if you let it do that. So my mentality with drugs is basically you got to keep that shit under control and make sure you can live your life. But also I feel for anyone struggling because it's not like there aren't all kinds of forces way above your head, including people that you trust from all parts of society that are actively working to use drugs to keep you under control. And that's what I really focus on the most in my story. So just to get a little bit of the world building detail that's set up in like the first chapter, and this is my warning for anyone who thinks it's too much of a spoiler to talk about anything that happens in the book. A world building tidbit that really stuck with me was the blood farms. Basically these massive warehouses that are just full of people laying in rows on rows of pillars of beds, all of them with these really advanced headsets on, which allow them to experience virtual reality with all of their senses. But in reality, they're just hooked up to these IVs that constantly drain out their blood. And then they've got a tube in their ass that shoots nutrition up and cleans their stool out when they need to do that. And the part that really got to me is that this isn't like a trap that people have been put in by machines like in the Matrix. This is something that's widely advertised on like billboards in the streets of Dallas that people sign up for just because it's like better than actually living there. What inspired the blood bags? Ah, yes, the blood bags. Well, okay, so first of all, you said, Rolla, that this isn't a trap set up by machines like in The Matrix, which is a great movie, by the way, that my dad showed me as a kid to try to help me understand his feelings as a trans man, and it definitely inspired me in a lot of ways. But what I really wanted to show in my story is that because of the circumstances created by the machine of society, I think it is abundantly clear there are plenty of people who would gladly sign up to live inside of The Matrix and not attempt to tear it down in any way. And while that movie suggests that, we're already living inside The Matrix because that's what society is, the more like literal application of a virtual world like that could easily materialize in reality without it leading to encompass all of society. It could just be a way for old ass billionaires to farm fresh blood off of young poor people, which is something they already do, just not with like a free bed and life inside a video game as your trade-off yet. But like people's bodies are worth a lot of money to a lot of people, and some parts of it are self-reproducing to some extent, like the blood. So as long as some corporation could provide people with a life that on any level is more idyllic than having free reign over your body and personal agency within your environment, I think plenty of people would sign themselves over to live that way rather than to be stuck in what to most probably feels like totally inescapable poverty that robs you of agency in the first place inside a dangerous neighborhood which you can't leave because a few people own all the real estate and keep you at whatever strata they want you at. Them blood bag facilities are well protected in the story, you know. I'm definitely going to be haunted just thinking about what goes on in those places in the story, but that's getting into spoiler territory. And since we know you're in the middle of a massive publicity run thanks to your recent comeback, and you were very gracious to join us and to give us so much insight into your thought processes on the show today. So at last thing we want to ask you, aside from where all our listeners need to go to buy your book and to see anything else you have got going on, is will you be returning to acting anytime soon? I really, really loved you in Find the Farmer, as I'm sure you've heard me mention on the show, so should I get my hopes up? Well, since you asked me so nicely, first of all, my book is available anywhere you buy books, of course, and I'm on social media at Dreamy Desiree. But as for my acting career, all I can say is that I've signed a couple of non-disclosure agreements and that they don't ask you to sign those when you write a novel. That's good enough for me. Thank you so much, Desiree, for coming on. I'm remaining extremely hyped for your comeback and anything you have planned in the future. Absolutely. Thanks for having me on again, and to everyone for listening. Bye. Carla returns the screen to its original array. Wow, I really hope she's wrong about the blood bags and all. And even when I was reading it, I was just like afraid of the day I have to watch this come to pass. I might prefer to drink myself to death like Big Toofy, R.I.P. Fantastic call, though. Great questions, Rolla. Thank you, Sal. Have we got some emails and voicemails to respond to this luncheon? Of course we do, Rolla. Let me just pull out the first email I wanted to respond to, and we'll get right into the segment. Here we go. How's lunch, Sal and Rolla? It's great, thanks for asking. My name is Fungmungler, long-time listener, first-time write-in, huge fan, yada yada. Anyways, I know you guys are huge fans, they put it in 3 layers of quotation marks, of the beloved mommy vlogger Sandra Malone. You know, the one we were all talking about like 3 weeks ago when she wouldn't let her 1-year-old escape the space between her planet-sized fake breasts for an hour until the chat complained that the baby had started crying and wouldn't stop? Yeah, I'm sure you recall. Anyway, as much as I know you love Sandra, I'm sure you don't have time to watch the 10 goddamn hours of unedited live streaming that goes up on her channel every day. Well, I'm here to let you know what you missed out on. I'm literally actually terrified to hear anything that has to do with this woman. I'm with you, but I also badly need to know everything she's up to in the short time before this woman goes to jail or her baby gets taken away from her. So, back to the letter. On Saturday, Sandy brought home a half dozen donuts, pulled out 2 for herself, and then placed the baby in the open box, wherein her already overweight 1-year-old ate all 4 massive donuts and then laid in the box and started crying from a stomachache until she ended the stream because she couldn't make the baby stop and it was starting to make her sad. On Friday, she got upset and started chastising her baby, calling him jealous for crying after she had been feeding her AR/VR pet and giggling for 45 minutes straight while the baby crawled around her bed unsupervised. May I remind you, this baby has no idea what the hell she's doing when she is in the headset. The stream ended when the baby started wailing after falling off the bed. Oh my god, these are seriously depressing. Do we have to do this? Okay, just one more thing, and it doesn't involve the baby. Just let Fungmungler finish. Just yesterday, Sandra's stream viewers choked the phone lines at the police department in her hometown of South Hill, Washington, after she got angry at someone for accusing her of child abuse in the chat and began... Sal begins laughing so hard that she can't bring herself to finish the sentence. Began what? Rolla begs. Began threatening the camera with a gun, Sal concludes before her laughter fit consumes her. Oh, Lord, Rolla face palms. Just imagine, like, you're some regular beat cop, absolutely no idea who the hell Sandra Malone is. And suddenly you're getting like 300 calls from stammering teenagers and college students just like trying to explain that a woman in their town is threatening the internet with a gun. You talk about this woman on the show every week, and I don't think I could explain, nor can I understand her existence in any way, shape, or form.
Reports included that Sandra was breaking the terms of service of Twitch, that she had been keeping her firearm unprotected in a house with a small child, which had been discovered when she filmed herself pulling it from a cupboard, that she was neglecting and possibly abusing her baby, and of course that she was threatening criminal violence against a growing number of random internet commenters with a live firearm on a live stream. The police apparently did visit Sandra on Sunday, and she has not been live in the couple of days since, though there is no report of her arrest, so the exact nature of the situation is currently unknown. This has been Fungmungler. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Fungmungler, for bringing us this incredible news about this most incredulous person. Maybe that's the last we'll hear about her for a while? Oh, please, we're going to hear about this woman for the rest of her unnatural life. God, we can only hope so. Okay, I think it's time for voicemails. Yes, maybe we'll get some positive messages. This was a rough show. Yeah, we'll see. Go ahead and roll number 1, producer Candy Carla. Hey, Gal Pal Sal. Hey, Rolla. This is Michelle. My girlfriend and I are huge fans of the show, and we always get the same nugs that you're having and eat them while we listen. Also, we totally ship you guys. I hope that's not creepy. Rolla holds up a finger when she hears the word ship, and Carla takes the cue to pause the voicemail so that she can speak. It is creepy. Please don't do that. We're not dating. I have a girlfriend. She has a boyfriend, and producer Carla has the mountains. You have a girlfriend? Hush. Damn it. Well, gang, show's done. This was all just a plot to get into Rolla's pants, and it's all been foiled at last. I mean, that part is probably true on your end, but it doesn't mean that I consent to being shipped with you. Fair enough. Keep your fantasies in the bedroom and out of the voicemails, ladies. Anyways, yes, continue. So we've been looking for advice on getting started with a hobby or like something to do with our spare time instead of watching Grace and Frankie. Like maybe starting a podcast of our own talking about like whatever new stuff is out on Netflix or something. I know both of you not only have the podcast, but other hobbies and stuff that you do with the rest of your time. So how do you get into something like that? I didn't realize this was another voicemail. Rolla adjusts herself and sits up straight like she's about to give a presentation as she readies to launch into the rant she's been storing up for this voicemail all day. Now, here's the thing, Michelle. I appreciate that you and your girlfriend are trying to live more proactive and creative lives, and I'm sure there are people out there who can sort of flirt with something every once in a while as a hobby and get some enjoyment out of that, but I personally would not recommend living your life this way. If you're taking an interest in something and you really want to get something out of that experience, I think you need to throw yourself into it completely and really give it all of the respect and attention necessary as an aspect of your life to achieve the most or highest depth of engagement out of whatever it is you're doing. If you try to get into podcasting as a hobby, you're going to run into all sorts of problems. You think you watch a lot of Netflix, but when you start trying to talk about those shows, you're going to run out of new stuff to say a lot sooner than you think, and you're going to end up watching more and more Netflix until your life is just watching Netflix and talking about Netflix shows. And you'll be doing even more of it than you already are, which could possibly be an enjoyable lifestyle for you, but it seems like that's not what you were trying to cut down on. If you're really committed to podcasting, I'm going to tell you right now, we do not just come in here every week and have a casual conversation. There's a ton of back end on this show and stuff you end up dealing with that nobody warns you about that you never could have predicted and which I simply cannot prepare you all for in the span of a podcast voicemail response segment. I developed some very specific goals for what I wanted this podcast to be and how it would fit into my life, and I have been overwhelmed at many turns with how much it exceeded my expectations and how it would take over my life for good and for ill. So I really think that it's not something worth approaching, or let's be honest, which you're going to have a lot of success with if you don't try to be professional about it. If all of that still sounds like you, though, I beg you not to talk about shows or movies or whatever, because there's already a tons of competition. And besides, I don't listen to shows like that, and I've got space in my daily run to be listening to another show. So if you want to make something like one of those radio dramas, I'm always big into those when they're done well, and they usually have a definitive ending, so you don't have to worry about trying to make a new show that goes on forever with sponsorships and all that. You can just make a creative project together, and it's fun, and you can show other people if you think it's good, and if not, you can just keep it around as a memento and a fun experience you had together. As for things other than podcasts, like I said, personally, I don't approach anything as a hobby. I've been doing judo since high school and competed in state-level tournaments by really knowing the sport. And I slowed down at the sport when I took up hiking with producer Carla, who treats being in the wilderness with the proper severity of being in a survival scenario, even though we're always prepared enough to make our experience out there seem pretty effortless. It's all about how much you put into establishing what you're setting out to do. The more of that you can do, the more you'll skate through actually doing it. But you have to figure out what doing the thing actually entails first. And that early experience can be really rough doing almost anything interesting. It is what scares most people away from the arts, entertainment, hobbies, hell, even regular jobs a lot of the time. But if you just approach everything with the same mentality that you do work, that this thing might be hard or boring sometimes, but you know that something rewarding is lying at the other side of having accomplished it, then you'll be able to push through the task in order to savor that accomplishment. Wow. Damn. You said all of that stuff about how podcasting isn't easy, but all I had to do just now is sit here in silence for like 4 minutes and watch my little AR Tamahachi poop all over the table we keep our notes on. Yes, well, do you have any advice for Michelle and her girlfriend? I mean, obviously I agree with everything that you said, but personally, I just wouldn't beat myself up so much about watching Netflix all day if that's what you want to do, girl. Personally, I have the mindset that you shouldn't try to force anything. Just like do what comes naturally to you, but really lay into it. Like for me, I just love reading these kinds of stories anyways and having someone to laugh about them with. And since my mom listens to the show, she gets to hear the stories and we keep ripping them apart for days afterwards. I tell you, my mom and I can make 10 more of these shows a week, none of them monetizable. This is basically just a part of my week where I try to make money off of doing all the things I already love, smoking nugs, eating nugs, and learning weird shit. When I'm not doing the podcast or hanging with my friends, I pretty much just play video games at like all times. I know most of you are longtime viewers, but live viewers from the Patreon might recognize these Tesla Dior AR Light sunglasses that I'm always wearing, which had basic HUD functions without fully immersive VR functionality, and that's just when I'm not gaming. So when I've got the whole deep immersion rig on, it's just like goodbye. Honestly, what it is I'm just doing a show so I have an excuse not to be one of those damn blood bags from Desiree's book. Oh, it's going to be just a blast seeing you try to hike all these badass trails on Labor Day weekend when you haven't hit the gym or been outside in like a month. Whatever, I'm a twig. There was a period in high school I seriously would have been actually afraid to even attempt to walk up a mountain. Y'all can Google the Fat Sal era pics if you must. We're not putting that on screen, but I have to say that regardless of working out, which I need to do more because I do get back pains out of the ass and I'm damn 24 almost. I digress. Just being a healthy weight makes moving around so much easier, and your body adapts to moving around like really quickly once you actually start moving. Okay, girl, bring lots of water. Water. I knew there was some, and here I was just gonna bring nothing but nugs. Oh, well, that's okay. I planned on bringing enough water for everyone, but you just make sure those nugs come from today's sponsors, whom I remind you all were Cereal Bowls, providing us with not only their nugs of Blue Dream, but also their incredible little glass bowl piece with the skulls and flames, as well as, you know them, I love them, the Bendy's Chicken Nugs. Please go to each of their websites, cerealbowlsoflame.com and bendysmenu.com, and use the promo code DSNugs to get 15% off your next order and to support our show, which you can also do by signing up for the Patreon, granting you instant access to all of the live recordings, more than a week old, at the $5 tier and above, and the ability to watch new episodes live as they're recorded at the $25 tier, where you can watch us consume the nugs at the start of each program. Thank you again, Gal Pal Sal, for being with me today. Thanks again, Rolla, for gnashing these nugs with me every weekend. And to all you nugheads out there listening, shut the nugs up. With a couple of clicks, Carla disables the microphones and starts up the ending theme music, an obliquely hopeful-sounding, somewhat atmospheric trap beat overlaid with clips of the two hosts saying nugs, arranged in such a way as to sound like they are taking turns rapping over the beat. That was what, 35 minutes? Rolla asks as she rises from her chair and removes her headphones while straightening out her shirt. Thereabouts, Carla responds, stretching in her chair while continuing to monitor the waveform on screen and wait to finally end the stream. It felt really tight. I'm happy about that, Rolla remarks before taking a deep breath and standing to stretch her lightly herself. I bet your girlfriend's really tight. Are you happy about that? No, it should be Soul asking. Soul asks, stretching one of her arms above her head as she remains in her chair and quietly getting a kick out of the thought that the stream viewers can still see her without being able to hear what's coming out of her beautiful, secluded lips. That's not funny, Sal. She's trans, Rolla responds while bridging her hands behind her back. Oh. Wait, why does that make it less funny? Sal asks. Never mind. We're all meeting at Café de Brazil tomorrow still, right? Yep, Tyler's coming in tonight and he'll be there too. Yes, sirree, and I'm excited to meet your cousin because the pictures you showed me were dope as hell. Is your girlfriend not making it, Rolla? No, Alyssa's got work, unfortunately, as I still haven't had the chance to take her there yet. But I am going to show up with lunch for her in just about 40 minutes after I pick it up from Frida on my way out of here, which I'm about to be. See you girls then. Yepper pepper. The stream, what a phrase. The stream having been brought to an end, and Sal and Carla having risen from their chairs, Sal replies with her arms waving goodbye. Rolla finger waves at each of the girls quickly in response as she dips from the room. What did you think, Carla? Good show? Sal asks while gripping the back of her chair she'd been sitting in before and tapping her toes against the ground with her usual restlessness. I thought the stories were pretty damn funny. Rola's advice was really good this time, too. Carla stands straight with excellent posture, a woman of 6'1" and 27 years, always dressed like she's ready for dirty work in blue jeans and loose-fitting plaid button-ups over white t-shirts, with her longish, dark auburn hair tied into a looping ponytail. She closes her laptop and begins loading it, her mouse and her notebook into a satchel. Yeah, I wasn't so sure about her whole judo will literally solve all your life's problems speech she gave that kid last week, but this one was pretty motivational, I guess. Sel keeps pushing her weight onto the back of the chair, making it dip as she speaks. So is any of the chat about anything other than my brother? She asks. At the beginning, it was mostly just your usual fans and freaks. One guy mentioned how you obviously weren't going to address it on the show since you never do. I honestly didn't read the chat past the ads. That's fine. I'm sure it's just as bad and not a problem as it ever is. I just wish he didn't decide to, actually be home when I'm trying to get Mom ready for the trip. There's not that much to prepare. Between me and Ty, we're going to have practically everything we need for camp besides your clothes and personal effects. It's not just about getting stuff ready. It's about getting her ready and making sure we're out of there before Romeo drives her completely insane. Well, I do not envy the work you have cut out for you. Shall we head out and I'll see you tomorrow at lunch? Sal sighs. Yeah, this room got warm as hell. Let's get the hell out of here. There you go. That's me writing an entire podcast as a chapter of a book. Oh my goodness. At some point, Gary asked, why haven't I published this? And the reason is that you could probably tell that at some point I just started writing dialogue and nothing in between it, like no descriptions of who's saying it or what it is. And the next chapter is much worse about that. I just wrote sheer dialogue, did not even indicate who's talking, which makes it quite confusing. But the second chapter is a conversation at at Café do Brasil. So it's just them sitting in a restaurant talking both about the podcast they just did and their real thoughts, like now that they're not live, and then also what they're planning to do on this camping trip. So the main thrust of this story is that these podcasters and their friends go to camp in the Ozarks. And while they're camping in the Ozarks, just having like a nice time, it just so happens that the woman with the woman who's mistreating her baby that was mentioned earlier, she's also camping there with the baby. And there also happens to be like a Frank Hassel, Sam Hyde-esque troll who found out that she's going to be there and is also there. So basically, the main theme of the story is how the internet is like inescapable. That like there is no outside society. No matter how outdoors you are, society will find its way to make it there. And that's sort of the theme of it. But I still haven't been to the Ozarks, which is part of also why I haven't written this whole story. You need to listen to Drip Hole. I mean, it's not real. I made it up. We can invent Drip Hole together, maybe. Sorry I didn't say goodnight to everybody who left. I assume you're not still here anymore. But I was really fucking locked in. I'm tempted to read chapter 2, but again, it's so That was weird. What was going on there? I was like, not. That was strange. I think my connection is not being that good or something. I don't know. I can't believe it's already 4 o'clock in the morning. How fucking long was I reading that for? I didn't even get any super chats for how good my...
I also totally missed Landon saying we got to get a solid Boulevard of Broken Dreams cover. Are you still there, Landon? I can do this. I walk a lonely road, the only one that I have ever known. Don't know where it goes, but it's only me and I walk alone. I walk this empty street on the boulevard of broken dreams, where the city sleeps and I'm the only one and I walk up. I walk alone, I walk alone. Spring season anime, ugh. I walk alone and I walk up. My shadows, the old... Oh, I like this. Bomb cyclone. Guilt is destroying my mind and body. In a hurricane, I see these images of every awfulness inside of me. All I can see in this world is death and rebirth, death and rebirth, death and rebirth. When is the next death coming? Will I be reborn in the ashes? Can I be first? I don't want to lose the vessel. I don't want to lose my hearts, my eyes, my ears, my hands, my hells. I just want the pain to leave my shoulders. Take this worldly weight and make it seem sustainable to spread across my neck and back. Give me a new addiction because this pill isn't working enough. I'm not getting by. I'm rotting away. I'm not running up the hill. I'm twirling up the side. I'm slanting. I've bell curved around the bell curve. I'm way over here now in the entropic depths of space. When will I be stopped? When will I collide? When will we collide? Is anyone out here? Am I alone in here? Where'd you go? Hello? Hello? Is this home? Are you here? Are you here? There's a furry anime coming out this fall. I can't react to it on stream because it's anime and it'll probably be blocked easily. I was starting to write about Boogie Pop a few years ago. The nail which sticks out must be hammered down. This idiom is often used to describe the approach of Japanese society towards abnormalcy, though it just as easily applies everywhere. In order to create a perfectly stabilized structure, society envisions a beautifully lush series of identical nails guided by the sure hand of the carpenter known as organization. However, human beings are not all cast from the same mold as nails are, and the hammer doesn't know the difference. It's up to the carpenter to understand his tools. Its society swings the hammer at every problem, blending and breaking nails of different shapes, building a lopsided Frankenstein it should be ashamed to describe as structure. Whatever can't be hammered in, the carpenter seeks to discard and replace, or simply bangs at until it's completely mangled and unusable. But the nail does not choose its shape. It is molded by the hands of others. Some through abuse, some through information, some through sheer genetic divergence. People are given shape before they know what's happening to them, before they feel the hammer's weight pounding and pounding, trying to fit them into a structure which they have no place in, a board through which they don't belong. Sometimes the hammer is swung in anger. The nail is senselessly beaten and blamed for its shape, for not fitting the hole where the carpenter wants it to. Often it is broken and then heartlessly discarded. How does it feel for you when the hammer came? How did it feel for you when the hammer came down? Did you slide right into the board without a fuss? Did you try to straighten yourself out as best you could, pose in a solid, sturdy formation so it wouldn't hurt? Or did you resist, try to be recognized as the different tool that you were, and hope that you'd be taken to the appropriate hole? How long did it take for society to stop trying to make you fit somewhere you didn't belong, if ever? Would you be able to disguise yourself if you wanted to? Or did you, clearly misshapen, simply get tossed aside? Imagine if you didn't have to worry about society or your shape, if you were able to stand at a distance from the structure and to simply observe it being built. Would you be able to look at the horribly crooked, crumbling contraption and laugh at how ridiculous it is? Or, in empathy for the nails, perhaps having lived as one yourself, would you be unable to smile? Boogie Pop doesn't laugh. He cannot stand to sit back and watch. He must interfere, must at least protect whomever he can in the ways in which only he is able to, an ally to justice, an enemy to those who would exert their will over others. He is, after all, a transforming superhero. To understand a concept merely requires intelligence and information. To parse intentionality, you need empathy and imagination. It is therefore startlingly easy to disguise the latter. Digibro on parsing Kirima Sage, he quotes. And that's as far as I got. That was probably like 2019 or early 2020. Blood Q. Oh, I read this on a different stream. Whatever. Nobody's giving me any super chats anymore, so I think it's going to have to be time to end this stream for a while. because that was a lot of time to read. I think I put everybody to bed except for Lapusha and Malik Productions. I'm out of ideas. And I'm warm. All right, that's it. Good night, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully earlier than this time.